Hello there, thank you so much for sticking and staying with us here on the Joy News channel. And this is a comprehensive live coverage of the NPP's Delegate conference happening now. We're on ground to be bringing you everything that's happening over there. But in studio with me this afternoon is Dr. Asar Sante, political scientist, head Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana. Doc, thank you for making time for us today. Today, as the NPP is at the conference today, generally, what's your expectation today?
I think in such occasions, people like us who eat and drink politics, we are excited because it broadens the frontiers of democracy, and then it tells us that we are on a good course. What we don't want is issues of violence, attacks without any substance and all that. But having said this, when I was coming, I was just driving to campus and I saw the spirit is always there, and you see people eager to be part of their program and all that. It is good, because if you look at it from the point of view of what you are going to do, then it's a good thing. You are going to look at your constitution, examine which aspect ought to go, and then what will be the benefit for the party and for the nation at large. That is all there is when you are talking about what self-introspection. Aristotle, the greatest of all, told us that the unexamined life is not worth living. So if you have examined yourself using this book for a while, and then the time comes for you to take a critical look, compare it, look at it vis-a-vis your life, then you are able to come out with something that will really improve the situation. Why not? So I am all for it, but it's my hope and prayer that what they put down at the end of the day, they will achieve it. And when they do, they will implement it to the letter. Because all these things are what we call in political science institutions.
Right.
They are the rules, the regulations, the procedures, the norms and all that. But there's no point setting them up. Then you, at a point in time, you want to jettison them. Then that is what? Counterproductive.
Very good way to want to start our conversation. You're in the studio with me here, so sit comfortably, but I'll take our audience now to the University of Ghana Stadium, where a lot is happening. Stay with us.
Were self-inflicted. Post-election frustrations have sometimes been misdirected at leadership, creating unnecessary tension and mistrust within our ranks. This must stop. The time has come to reconnect with our grassroots, restore discipline, and reignite the spirit of service that built this party. Fellow conferees, this is why the decision to amend our constitution and to conduct early presidential primaries must be applauded. It will allow us to reorganize early, heal internal divisions, and give our candidates time to reconnect with the people. It is a bold, strategic step towards reclaiming power in 2028. Chairman, we have to be clear about one thing. Returning to power will not come easy. It will require unity, not the absence of criticism, but the presence of shared purpose. It will demand sacrifice, hard work, and absolute respect for our structures and processes. We must also elevate our
Stay with us here on the Joy News channel. We shall take you back as and when we're able to. A lot happening over there. My colleagues on the ground would also get you all the interviews that you've been yearning for. But back in the studio here is Dr. Asante. Doc, let's talk about the big elephants in the room, which is why they're there. Anyway, imagine the elephants and then the elephants in the room as well. The reforms, let's just look at it from the political science point of view before we even take it one after the other. Generally, is it a good time to want to reform?
Oh, reforms are necessary, and of course, timing is critical, but there's no better time than this, that they are out of power, and this is a time for them to look at all the rules governing their processes, and then see which one worth its salt to be able to remain in the books Otherwise, there's a need to what? Do self-introspection, which I've already said, and see which of them will really have to stand and for what reason. And that is why they are doing that. I am always interested in things like that because you see, rules are done to regulate the conduct of people and also regulate processes and all that. So at a point in time, they become stale if you don't take these processes into consideration and see whether what you have can really stand the test of time.
Well, let's even expand this conversation to the 1990 Constitution. You may have heard, and as you know already, many have said at the time, those who put those Constitution put it there so that it'll favor them because of the time and the era. At this particular time when they are not in power and they are hoping to amend the Constitution, would it surprise you if political scientists like yourself would say that it is a way to actually help aid people who are already at the pinnacle of decision making? Because of course, they are the ones to sit down, look at the proposed reforms. Is it to benefit them, or genuinely this is to realign the party?
It is to realign the party in the sense that if you have done it, let's take it for the purpose of this conversation that NPP continue to be in power and the amendment had come at this time. Look, the proposals we are talking about, the forces within government will not allow it to stand. But today they are out of power. So virtually everybody is an ordinary person. All right. Remember, when you have a government whose party is in power, then the dynamics change. So you are going to have an establishment candidate who bulldozes his way through even the amendment and all that. People have nothing to say. So this is appropriate time that all of them are out of power. Now they have become ordinary people, so to speak. So now you can speak your mind and damn the consequence. And for me, the time is nothing but an apt description of all that we expect at this time.
Right. Doc, let's take them back to the University of Ghana Stadium.
His Excellency, the former President, John Ejegum Kufuor, His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, my fellow national executives, regional executives, police station executives, former Chief of Staff, Member of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to today's conference. I hope and believe that before we leave here, we will become united and peaceful. Before I sit down, please let us observe a minute for our departed brother, Honorable Kumi. So let us rise up. Everybody should stand up. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Minianom anopei mahobeka chese party no, we are united than before. I believe say conference way you be free ha you be confie no. Now what you are coming in your chum near by a bako near to me move party to forward. Sending by 2028 we will become victorious. Memambunyina akwaba biu na on this note I declare this conference open. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much. The conference is duly opened. Constitutionally, the National Treasurer is mandated to give a report to conference. We shall invite the National Treasurer, Dr. Charles Dramina, to give us a report on the party's financial standing. Dr. Charles Dramina.
Christ, glory, Christ, glory,
National Chairman, colleague national officers, Excellencies, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished delegates of the 2025 National Annual Delegates Conference, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I stand on behalf of the Finance Committee of the National Council to present to conference the financial report of the party. Before I proceed, Mr. Chairman, please allow me to acknowledge and thank the distinguished personalities whose generous contributions have made it very possible for us to hold conference today. And these personalities are His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong, Honorable Dr. Edichum. All these personalities and many more, including the former political ambassadors and political appointees under the President Akufo-Addo's administration, will be officially appreciated in writing. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the chairman and members of the Finance Committee who have worked around the clock to ensure that the needed funds are mobilized to make this event a success. So to the chairman of the committee, Chairman Secretary Abankwa, the Secretary Dr. Charles Dramina, Ambassador Edward Boateng, Madame Ale Dahrein, Madame Nana Adjoa Dokuya, and Madame Janet Anane, we say thank you for your efforts. Mr. Chairman, the Treasury, under the leadership of the Steering Committee and the Finance Committee, set out to improve the financial health of the party along 5 main pillars. These are enhancing transparency and accountability, appreciating and recognizing anyone who donates to the party, training executive members on effective financial protocols, making dues and contribution payments flexible, and diversifying our sources of revenue. Under enhancing transparency and accountability, leadership has put in measures to enhance transparency and accountability right from the beginning of this administration. Officers from across all levels of the party have been conscientized on the need to retire all funds disbursed to them for party-related activities. I am happy to report to conference that there is a high degree of compliance, although we have still not been able to achieve 100% compliance. I use this occasion to appeal to all party executive officers to cooperate with the treasurers and financial secretaries at their various constituencies and regions whenever they request for documentation in financial disbursements. Such requests are aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability, and as such, will inure to the benefit of the party. Appreciating and recognizing anyone who donates to support the party. Mr. Chairman, this administration has taken steps to appreciate and recognize members, supporters, sympathizers, and all who donate to support the party. We have been organizing events such as Time with the Patrons, during which we appreciate those who contribute to support the party. Appropriate certificates and letters of appreciation and recognition are given out to all those who contribute to support the party. This, we believe, is motivating them and encouraging them to continue to support the party. Training executive members on effective financial protocols. Over the period, training workshops have been organized for the regional officers who manage the purse of the party to sharpen their skill set and deepen their understanding of what they have to do. There is the need for this training to be extended to all constituencies so that every executive officer will understand and appreciate the nuances of political finance protocols. Perhaps after such training workshops, the needless tension between some treasurers and their colleagues in the discharge of their duties may be eliminated, as it will be expected that most executive members, if not all, will understand and cooperate with their treasurers and financial secretaries. Making dues contributions and payments flexible. Conference. The current administration has put in measures to ensure that the payment of dues is optimized. Currently, the membership dues is in 4 categories. Platinum, they contribute 10 cedis per month. Gold, 8 Ghana cedis per month. Silver, 5 Ghana cedis per month. And bronze, 2 Ghana cedis per month. The payment is now through a short code, *920*270#. This payment application was developed in-house by our own IT directorate and has been made very convenient for members to pay their dues or make donations anytime. Prior to the introduction of this system, members had to go all the way to their various constituencies and regional offices to have their dues paid. And this cumbersome process discouraged a number of party members in paying their dues. As part of my working visit to sensitize members on dues payment, the Treasury interacted with 6,958 party members. Out of this number, 1,728 were constituency officers, 2,380 were electoral area coordinators, 934 were polling station executive members, and 1,916 were non-executive members. When we engaged them, more than 6,800 of these clearly indicated that they were no more interested in paying their dues, and they mainly cited two reasons. The first being the cumbersome process of having to go to the constituency and regional offices to pay their dues, and the second being the fact that they do not get any direct benefit from the party after paying their dues. When we informed them of the new digital payment system and a proposal to have an accident insurance policy attached directly to the dues payment, 6,829 out of the 6,958 changed their minds and indicated their commitment to pay their dues so as to benefit from the policy. This represents 98.14% of party members engaged who are ready to pay their dues should the accident insurance proposal come into effect. Mr. Chairman, the group accident insurance policy proposal is aimed at ensuring that any member who is in good standing gets substantial financial support in times of trouble occasioned by an accident. The benefits cover accidental death, where the next of kin of the deceased member will be paid a lump sum amount. Permanent disability occasioned by an accident, where the affected member in good standing shall be given a lump sum payment. Temporal disablement, where the affected member in good standing who is not able to go to work because of the accident shall be given a weekly allowance until he is able to go to work. And finally, an amount of money shall be paid to the member in good standing to cover the medical expenses occasioned by an accident. Mr. Chairman, for all these benefits, the member does not need to make any additional payment other than the payment of the monthly membership dues. The Finance Committee has already approved the group accident insurance policy proposal and has recommended it to the party for adoption. It is the considered opinion of the Finance Committee that the group accident insurance proposal will serve as a potent revenue catalyst that will motivate majority, if not all, our members to pay their dues. As indicated above, the insurance proposal would make it possible for the Finance Committee to raise substantial revenues for the party. This will then pave the way for the party to enroll other more expensive policies, such as life insurance policies that can address the chronic health conditions of some party members. Going forward, Mr. Chairman, conference
he has been sidelined, and in fact, he hasn't been sidelined. And if you follow the event of the New Patriotic Party very well, many programs, former President Kufuor will definitely deliver his speech through the electronic media. be Zoom, it can be Skype. This is not the first time that he has done that. The last time we were doing our manifesto launch, he spoke to us through Zoom. The last time we were doing our campaign launch in Cape Coast, he did same. Many National Council meetings he has not been able to honor because of his busy schedules and other constraints. So this will not be the first event that the former president will not be physically present, but he will be present with us. His goodwill message will be played. The former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he has always been in all our programs, but at the moment he is on a visit in the UK. That is why he cannot be physically present in this meeting. But I am very convinced that it is not new. It is something that has been happening, and it does not mean that the party is not united. We are the party, or the New Patriotic Party, where we have two former presidents and who are still alive, and former vice president who is still alive. Our colleagues, they don't have that. They don't have anybody to guide them. That is why when the president said he wanted it postponed, immediately a National Council meeting was organized. A National Council meeting is the highest decision-making body of our party, apart from Congress. We deliberated on the issue. We communicated with him. He doesn't have any problem with it. He understands the situation that we are in, because it was left with 4 days for the election when the meeting was called on Monday. So I'm very convinced that this conference, when we leave here, will be more united than ever. When I'm convinced that when we leave here, the apathy that was in the party that made many people not to turn up to vote will also reduce. So I'm very convinced that the party is more united than before, and at the end of the day, you will see that the New Patriotic Party is a New Patriotic Party, and we shall win to be able to save Ghana. Because our colleagues, they cannot do anything. It's 7 months into their government, they've already started backtracking, messing up policies, and funded social interventions, and then, burden Ghanaians more than what they should have done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Habib Idrisu, there speaking to us and giving us an indication of what his own expectations are on this matter. We'll try and speak to more and more party stalwarts who have gathered here and are ready for this very important matter that have to be discussed today. And the big party stalwarts are all here, and so I'll try and see if I can speak to a couple more of them and see what their viewpoints are on these matters. The New Patriotic
General Secretary and the National Treasurer jointly acted on behalf of conference to avoid breaches of Act 574. I am therefore seeking the retrospective approval of conference to ratify the decisions taken on behalf of the National Annual Delegates Conference by the National Chairman, the General Secretary, and the National Treasurer. I thank you for your audience and wish all of us a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, National Treasurer, for your report. Now, conference, a quick roll call. I need you all to be active. Yeah, Babobo regions, says yeah, the Ahayama, Yanya de Kesiapa. Upper East, Munsara. Wake up, Upper East. Rise up to your feet. Thank you very much. Upper East. Upper West, where are you? Anthony Namo and your people. Thank you very much. The Vice President's region. Northeast, are you here? Northeast, are you here? Thank you very much. Northern region. Northern region. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chairman Samba and your people. Now to Savannah region. Prof. Kalimonia and your people. Savannah region. Great to have you here. Yadamwase, Afenyo-Markin, Bono East Region. Chairman Ivy, Bono East Region. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Afenyo-Markin, Kwame Bafu Abronya Region. Bono Region, where are you? Thank you very much. Western North. Chairman Ben Ama and your people, where are you? Western North. Great to have you here. Yadamwase, Yadamwase. The President's Region. Eastern Region, show your presence, where are you? Eastern Region, show your presence, where are you? Thank you. That is the President's Region. Chairman Jeff Kunedu and your people, we thank you very much. To OT Region, Chairman Dapa and your people, Chairman Evans Dapa and your people, thank you very much. OT Region, we can see you. Great to have you in here. Chairman Makafui Wanya, Volta Region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like the energy. Thank you very much. Western Region. The best come from the West. Western Region. Chairman Indedesia and your people, where are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, to Central Region. Percy Dennis Kwaku and your people. Central, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can feel you. Thank you. Now to the heartbeat of the New Patriotic Party, Ashanti Region. Ashanti Region. Ashanti Region. Chairman Bernard MC Jessiako, Chairman Wantoba, and your people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to the host region. To the host region. Chairman Divine Otu Agohom and your people. Greater Accra, let us feel your energy. Greater Accra. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The National Treasurer just delivered our financial report. All those in favor of the motion, can I hear a big aye? All those who are not in favor, can I hear no? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted.
Thank you, conference. God bless us all.
Now, let's call for the party anthem to warm us up. Anytime you hear the party anthem, all must be on your feet. Thank you. All of us must be on our feet. We are the New Patriotic Party. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is the winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is the winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. Nobody! Hey! Are you ready to wave your flags? Are you ready? All of us must wave. Let's 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 wave. Eshirado. 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 Eshirado.
And now we shall listen to fraternal messages from other political parties. The first party here, a delegation led by the General Secretary, Citizen Atodazi, is the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP. He is joined by Madam Cynthia Atta, his second vice, and Mr. George Amua, the national organizer. The delegation from the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP.
Krudu, Chairman of Congress, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the only party in Ghana that has stayed true to the ideals and values of its concept of domestication, the Great Consolidated Popular Party. Our 2024 flag bearer, Dr. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., also extends his heartfelt greetings to you all. Let me begin by congratulating the organizing committee for a great work done so far. Today marks a very important journey in the life of the NPP. Your conduct and decisions today will determine whether the party will continue a sinking path or change the trajectory as a formidable and united party which is determined to win power once again. Just as many Ghanaians, how a party moved from the battle is the Lord's to Mayekuntain, I will say, or Sisifianibi is a mystery. However, it is refreshing to know that the party, through its own internal mechanisms, has realized the essential need to go back to its values. The self-destruction button down
National Council. How do you respond to that?
It's not true. It's not true. Don't ask this question. Don't ask this question. This question.
But as far as you are concerned, President Kufuor is in your fold.
No,
you respect him.
He's the godfather for this party. 2000, he's the person God uses him for him to get a favor from God and men to lead our party to win. You know, we respect him so much. You know, so he always, you know, also love the party. So there's no problem. There's no problem. We don't have.
Thank you very much, Chairman Wontumi. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Chairman Wontumi. Yeah, Chairman Wontumi there giving us some perspectives on what to expect on this very important matter. I'll come and speak to honorable members pretty shortly. Colonel Demoa, Member of Parliament for Bekwai, Honorable Gloria Trobu. I mean, your video of the press conference has been doing a lot of rounds. The one you are crying has been doing a lot of rounds. But let me speak to Madam Abinosi Asare, former Minister of State at the Finance Ministry and the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Madam, what are your own expectations for today's event today?
My expectations for today's annual delegate conference is for delegates to speak their mind. It's for delegates to tell us whether they are embracing all the work that we have put into this amendment, so that at the end of the day, it's the party that wins. So I'm in a very high expectations that all that we have put together, the delegates will look at it favorably, because it is not about one person, but it's about bringing the party together and expanding expanding the base and making the party more attractive and fit for purpose, so that in 2028 we can recapture power from the NDC.
And then some of the constitutional amendments you are looking forward to. There are those who are calling for the expansion of the party's the delegate system, expand it. For instance, there are even comments about a top-bottom approach and all that. Some of these big issues have come up. I wonder what you think of them.
That is why it is a democratic party, and we have gathered here for the delegates after we have shared the amendments with them to tell us what they think of these amendments. At the end of the day, you don't get 100% yes in everything, but what the majority say is what we will go along with, because that will reflect the views of the people at the base. And so we look forward to a very successful conference where whatever amendments they want us to effect, we'll go ahead and effect. The most important thing is that we expand the base and make it more inclusive and fit for purpose, so that in 2028, the ultimate of winning power will be realized.
Let me ask you one last question about former President Kufuor and his request for this event to be postponed. The party explained that because of certain logistical issues, he couldn't do that. But also when Brian Achampon went to visit him, he did talk about the fact that he feels he has been sidelined. And he is the first person who led his party to his electoral victory. What do you make of that, and how do you think the party can bridge the divide, unite all your party stalwarts towards 2028?
When you look at the theme, the theme says what? That we are rebuilding together with our values. So where we faltered, where we went wrong, we are beginning the process of bringing everybody on board and making sure that we get a very strong party, so that at the end of it all, we will have everybody who can make a voice and who makes a voice and whose voice can bring in more people, get everybody on board, and make sure we achieve our aim of capturing power in 2028. So yes, we have come together like this. It's unfortunate that the president is not here with us. The former president is also not here with us. But we believe that their spirit is here with us and is going to support us and have a successful conference, so that at the end of it all, the object, the main aim or goal or objective of this conference will be realized. That is the most important thing. I believe that wherever they are, they'll be happy that we have been able to converge and the outcome has been successful, and that is going to help us rebuild our party with our own values. The values that made a lot of Ghanaians associate themselves with the NPP party. That is what we are looking forward to doing.
Thank you very much. The event is just about to begin with prayers, and we'll put on hold the interviews for a brief period as the party begins the processes for this event to begin. And there will be a lot more interviews to be done about these very important conversations that are being had. There's a prayer now. As soon as they finish praying, we'll talk to a lot more people about what they make of this very important NPP event, which has brought together the party stalwarts of the New Patriotic Party. And so as we speak, the party is currently converged here in Accra, with the prayers being said and everything about this supposed to kickstart, and then we can have a lot more interviews on how the party can regroup on some of these important issues that have all come up, and how the party will all be discussed and dealt with before the party takes a decisive action on all the amendments that have been. You see this section, a lot of members of parliament who have already taken their seat, party stalwarts, former members of parliament. There is also the VVIP with the former chief of staff already seated. To have you on Joy News. You are a very important member of the party, and this is such an important event. It's the first time the party is converging in this state after the 2024 defeat. What are your takeaways, and what do you expect the party will take away from it?
I totally agree with you, and I want to extend all my greetings to your viewers across the world and wish God's blessings for all of them. it's a watershed conference. It's a conference that is very important in shaping our way forward, especially coming 7 months after a very devastating defeat that we suffered during the general elections. But I do believe that there's the potential that we'll take the necessary decisions that will energize the base of our party. That is what it's important, and to win back our lost flock, our own members who have been dissatisfied with our political party. Because I do believe that we have the numbers, and if we are able to excite the base and do what they want, what they expect from us, and that's why some of us have delivered proposals to the amendment committee, and I'm happy to report that the National Council accepted a lot of the proposals that I made, regarding especially the expansion of the base of the party. The fact that when you work for this party, you sacrifice for this party, and you are no more in office, sometimes there's a certain feeling of neglect and then a sense of detachment. And I think we can cure that by giving every former officer of this party the voting right. The idea is that we aim towards one man, one vote in the very near future. You understand? But if we can get that, then if we can get all our former officers to be participants in deciding who leads the party, who are the major players in our party, that would satisfy their, angst a lot. So I'm hoping that this conference, the delegates would make a little amendment to what the proposal that council has made, and add and be able to add onto the electoral college all former polling station executives, all electoral area coordinators. And I think once we do that, it will rejuvenate the party, it will energize the party, and everything will happen.
Because you spoke about neglect, your former boss, President Kufuor, is said to have said that the party has neglected him. You used to be his press secretary. He had actually asked for this conference to be postponed. There's a lot of news going around with him. What do you make of all that?
Well, it's unfortunate. I mean, our former president was the first person of our political tradition from independence to win 2 terms of political power. So he occupies a special place in the heart of this party and in the annals of this party, because not even Dankwa or Buzia were able to win 2 terms. So Kufuor, I would say, like the foundational president of our tradition. Now we have another, President Akufo-Addo, who's also completed successfully his 2 terms of office. And I would have thought, I was a bit unhappy that his request.
And this year, a head job. And this year, a head job. And this year, Abba and Papa, Abba.
We want to stand on the existing protocol, but start by saying we had a nice love letter from the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party inviting us as special guests at your conference today. But to our surprise, our brother Ahiagba detained us in a small room and only invited us out to come and deliver a solidarity message and go back. We hope that is not a beginning of a new direction. We are together in this fight to build a strong democracy for our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, party leaders, party members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana and the nation builder, the national chairman of the NDC, General Asiedrin Ketia, the General Secretary, Golden Fifi Kwete, and members of the National Democratic Congress. We want to take this opportunity to wish you well
as you gather to reset your party in a manner as to play your role as a responsible opposition party. The country Ghana is going through a reset process. It is very important that we as political parties reset our ideas, policies, and programs. That is why we are happy that the biggest opposition party in our country is doing exactly that, to reset and play their role with constructive criticism to support the nation builder John Mahama to rebuild the Ghana we all want. Ghana cannot fail as a democratic state. We as the political class must leave a legacy for generations yet unborn. We can only do this when we continue to grow our democracy and create a country of opportunity for ourselves, our children, and generations yet unborn. Let us together as political parties and Ghanaians put our resources together in resetting our state institution and create a just country for us all. We hope after your deliberation at this conference, you will come out a stronger opposition party in your reconstruction effort. Unity is key. Ghana needs a stronger opposition party to enhance our democracy. We also hope that after this conference, your party will appreciate the importance of having two surviving former presidents among you and continuously, adequately consult them to help build your party strong. Don't alienate them outside the box. They need you, you need them to be able to bring a strong opposition party. We hope that after this conference, you live here united and not divided. God bless our homeland Ghana. God bless the reset agenda of John Dramani Mahama. God bless our democracy, and God bless us all. Eyezu! Eyezuzu!
Azankwa! Azankwa! NDC! Azankwa! Basha Musherenina! Azankwa! Galamse! Azankwa! Yaba eba tese petrol so Azankwa! Omobaye Azankwa! Boko amon country President Mahama say Obaye Azankwa! Atro ene adada. Once again, let me acknowledge the presence of our young men, our Tescon fraternity. I can see you. You are duly acknowledged. Chairman Ousu Seche and your people, Ahafo region, you are duly acknowledged. We also acknowledge our hard-working, mighty minority led by Osahini Alexander Afenyo-Markin. Osahini Alexander Afenyo-Markin. We acknowledge your presence. Our external branches. China is here. Canada is here. Denmark, you are here. Australia, duly acknowledged. Austria, Belgium, Cote d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, Finland, you are here. France, Germany, Holland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Nigeria, Norway, Middle East, Qatar, Senegal, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Togo, United Kingdom, USA, Czech Republic, Hong Kong, and Russia, all our 30 external branches, you are duly welcome to this conference. Kukudu! Kukudu! Again, to all our National Council members of elders, we acknowledge your presence. We thank you very much for this occasion. Again, let me acknowledge some important personalities. The MP for Busumche, former Minister Education, he contributed to the success of this event. Honorable Yao Edichum is here with us. We thank you. Again, MP for Abetifi, former Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Brian Echampong, thank you very much for your support. Again, we also have our own engineer, former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabna.
The live coverage of the NPP Delegate Conference, and in here in the studio with me is Dr. Asasante. Doc, let's just get into the rumored or proposed reforms that, if per that voice vote later today, if it goes through, would be seeing later in the NPP's constitution. Even before we start with number one, the rumored amendment 1 through to the others. What do you make of voice votes? I see that they're mimicking what happens in Parliament. Is it the true test of democracy?
At a point in time, you realize that if you really want to go through ballot voting and what MPP has put forward that they want to deal with, they will finish next week. Because you take one, people must queue and vote for it. So sometimes democracy requires that once you have the people's representatives there, right, let's hear the voice, and then we can make something. It may have its strengths and weaknesses, but under the circumstances, I think is the way to go.
Okay.
Is the way to go. What is really the catch in respect of this issue is the amendment you propose to make. That should be in consonance with what all of you are, looking forward to. It should be something that every Tom, Dick, and Harry, or most of the people believe that this is right, and that when we do it, it will bring us what? Better results.
Okay.
So the amendment proposal should be something that resonates with majority of the people. That people who have walked through the trenches, they have practiced it, they have lived the Constitution and all that, will say that this amendment is apt.
Okay.
This amendment is apt.
Let's start with the remote amendment 1, elect flag bearer before party executives. And then, I'm sure that you already addressed it in the first one, saying that it's just to realign the party. But again, explain to me, what's the point? What's the need? The before, after, what's the problem?
Yeah, what that they want to do, if you listen to the statement that they gave, the explanation was that they want to do it because the Constitution says so. But second point is that it's a way of also limiting the tension within the party and all that. But that is where I have my problem. Because if you want to use it to cure a certain mischief within the party, a certain problem within the party, then you are not doing yourself good service. It's rather a disservice. You went through primaries and went through all the primaries that elected the MPs, elected the flag bearer and the rest of them. There are a lot of challenges there. People feel peeved, they feel angry and all that. You touch one or two, you sweep the rest under the carpet. And now you saw the effect at the election. Instead of you dealing with them, You're saying that when you were able to hold early Congress, we are able to deal with this situation. Of course, you are postponing a problem of today for the next day. And it will what? Once you can run, but you can't hide. It will still follow you. So I believe that, genuinely speaking, they should have been able to, the research that they did, obviously the research will point to some of these problems in the party. They should have, before this time, started doing something about it. That, let's look at this, that. Because all that they are going to do, as soon as they elect their flag bearer, January 26th, thereabouts, they will just do something for the cameras. That, we are one family, now we have a candidate, let's follow him, and that your concerns, your grievances will not be attended to. But that will have a boomerang effect if they don't take care.
What should rather be their focus? Is it electing the party executives or paying more focus to the chairman, who I like to think holds the center together? If you did your flag bearer before the party executives, and then your chairman, who of course is part of the party executive, it's not holding the center together, what would it? Yeah,
before I come to that, I believe that their reform should touch on a very fundamental thing that people have proposed, people like Nano Bribuahianko, that look, let every card-bearing member, right, who is genuine and been paying dues, have the power to elect their delegates. Once you do that, any other problem is solved. Right? Because now you are going to eliminate a whole lot of things that have become albatrosses around their necks, such as what? Monocracy within the party, such as what? Establishment candidate phenomenon, such as what? I'm not ready to work with this group of people, you silence some people. All these things create divisions and bitterness within the party. So once you open the electoral college to include every card-bearing member, you have used one stone to kill many birds. Bears such as what? The monocracy in politics, the establishment candidate, the corruption within election, and that the separation and then discrimination and all that. You'll be able to address it. There are people, their government is in office, and yet they are in what? Their party is in office, and yet they were what? In opposition. So you'll be able to do all that. Then it comes to your issue. Once you build the foundation well, now you can build on the foundation. What are you going to build on? You need a chairman who is bold, strong, and that he is able to carry the party along. Remember, the party is the engine of the government that brought the government to office. So if the party is very strong, with a strong leadership, they are able to shape the contours of what? Governance. And that you need a chairman like that. And normally when people select, they select based on other things and all that, which are not necessarily what people like us in governance will look at. We look at a chairman who will be able to what? Put his foot down and tell Mr. President in his face that this direction is wrong. Who was in the NPP when they were in office? Nobody. So Nana Akufo-Addo too could get away with anything, and then they realized that these are not the things that NPP is noted for. But there was nobody courageous enough to tell Mr. President that, Mr. President, that is it.
It's really good that you have actually touched on expanding the Electoral College. Now, if you look at, and this may be a symptom or a cascading effect of expansion, right? If you look at the proposed amendment to increase number of elected party executives. Now, I ask the question, what is the real democratic value in increasing the party executive? And I asked this with the mind of, will it not threaten grassroots participation? Will it not?
Who are the executive? They are born out of the grassroots. So every member also hopes for a better day. Let me serve my party. A day will come. I also join the top brass, the elite. So if you expand that, no problem. You are rather creating opportunity for those down there to one day worm themselves smoothly into that bracket. So it's a good thing. But you always must have your eye at the grassroots. Why? Votes do not come from anywhere. They come from the grassroots, presidential, parliamentary. So the grassroots, and it is the local government politics that shapes all politics. Yes, the president is elected from the constituency. Everybody, the president, the vice president, all of them are elected from the constituency. So the grassroots, because everybody goes to vote at what? At your constituency.
You do not see maybe an attempt by a faction of the political party or the party to have a certain entrenched position ahead of the 2028, elections. For example, if I have a lot of my people at the top executive level, at least that's a step still to the highest level of office.
You are right, and that's why people are fighting this top-down approach, because they believe that the structure out there, even though their times have not come to an end, they believe that it's a structure meant to champion the Baumians agenda. And because that was the structure that put him into office as what? A flag bearer. So they believe that something must be done about it. And I agree with that. Because if you look at that structure, the way they voted massively for the establishment candidate. But now that they've gone out of power and all that, I believe that when you expand the base, then you neutralize. And then you encourage everybody to be in. And then that gives everybody the impetus to be able to stay in the party and then forge ahead and support you and fight on. Once you continue on that trajectory, I am afraid the old order does not change.
Right.
Create a problem.
We'll go to this one that I'm quite curious about. Amendment 3, elect communication officers instead of appointing them.
Democracy requires that, in fact, if there are no difficulties beyond your control, all leaders, all people must elect their leaders. So election is always the preferred mode of what? Getting people into office. But in certain circumstances, we can appoint, we can nominate, but there will be another layer of what? Authority to streamline it along democratic lines.
What's the need? I have my policy. For example, if a party comes together with their manifesto, for example, this, after the reforms, I would see that, or I like to think that I'll see communicators trying to want to explain the reforms, the amendment and all of that, anything that concerns the party. If we have taken that decision and we know how elections are, these are policies, and critical explanation of policies is really important. Do we have to be electing people for them to come and explain to the public or Canadian people what a real party's position is rather than elect them? I was explaining the benefits of having an election, but my position on the matter is that it should be, an appointive position.
Oh. Because you see, somebody can be popular and you win an election, but he's notoriously bankrupt in communicating the party position to the public. It's a fact. I can be popular, you vote me into office, but I can't articulate the position of the party out there. So what's the point? You've missed the point. But the party can look around and know that this person has what it takes to be able to explain party ideas, programs, and policies to the people. You don't necessarily need election to get the people out there. You want to show to the world that, you follow dictates of democracy and all that. But it's not every position that you want somebody to be elected. If I know how to communicate, it's not election that brings me into office. It is my ability, my capacity, and wherewithal in that area. That is all. Doc, I know that you have talked about expanding electoral college because that's through representation. You've mentioned it many times. The Amendment 4 says that expand the electoral college for flag bearer and parliamentary primaries. Do you call for this expansion for the 2 levels, or you think that for 1 level is okay? I ask this because of administrative burdenness. And in this country, it's not the first time we have seen whether we should expand, we should make it small, there's super, there's the minor and all of that. Which one has given us the most potent results? The most potent results is when you have, you see, a small group. Let me go by, some of the thinkers, what they say, that if you have a small group of people, they are able to take the right decision at the right time. Yes. That is Lord Salisbury and co. That's what they are saying. In election, when you are able to have a small group of people who understand the situation, who have experience and all that, they can give you the best results. But under circumstances here, the story is different, right? You want to have a small group of people that you go and influence. And that is why you are doing that. And we have seen it. It's not that it's a story, it's a reality. And that people go and bribe them, people go and buy them and induce them with money, goods, and the rest of them. So in order to cure that problem, let us expand the base, that you have a lot of people in there. It becomes so difficult for you to do that. I recall when I was going to be appointed as a lecturer, I went for an interview, and the interview is chaired by the Vice Chancellor, the university appointment interview. They asked me all manner of questions, and the last question that day, after everything, then they said, do you have a question for us? You know the question? I said, yes, I have 2 questions for you. So my first question was, why was that board, your board is so big and intimidating? And the answer from the Vice Chancellor then was that, you know what, this board should be big so that you don't come and influence anybody. And I share in that wisdom. Imagine you go for, you are going to look for opportunity to serve and all that, and the people are few, and you have corrupt mind. You corrupt them. But when you have a whole large army of party people who are in there, it's difficult to bribe them. And that will cure so many problems for you. So I am on the side of those who believe that the party's electoral college to be broadened to kill that mischief of corruption within the party, monocracy within the party, discrimination within all the negatives. Will be able to deal with that. And that when you do that for presidential, obviously it should be also the same one for what?
Primaries, the parliamentaries as well.
The parliamentary as well. Because you see, we are having problems with our local government system because if you look at the assembly, those who go in there.
I'm sorry, would continue with this. Let's take them back to the University of Ghana Stadium where Frimpong Kodia, the General Secretary, is addressing.
Chairman for conference, our revered acting vice chairman, Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute, Your Excellencies, the former President J. Kufuor, and former President Nana-Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, and your spouse, Her Excellency Hajia Samira Bawumia, members of Steering Committee, members of National Executive Committee, members of National Council, our dear delegates of the annual Delegates Conference, our revered minority leader, our members of Parliament, our revered National Council of Elders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of our party to delegates. We went into our elections in 2024. Our hope, our prayer was for us to win the elections. But as the will of God is not the will of man, we couldn't win the elections. After our defeat, the party never sat down. The party, through National Council, the second highest decision-making body of the party, constituted a committee
referred to as the Elections Review Committee, chaired by Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, to go around the country to inquire from the rank and file of our party and to ascertain the reasons why we couldn't win the elections in 2024. The committee completed their work and reported to the National Council somewhere in April. The committee made several recommendations, some involving amendment to our constitution. And based on that, the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of our party, constituted the Amendment Committee chaired by lawyer Frank Davis to look at proposals from Professor Aaron Michael Kwe's committee, to look for proposals in 2021 when we met in Kumasi, to also receive proposals from our external branches, our TESCOM, our youth wing, and from the rank and file of the party. The committee completed their work, and in line with Article 19 of our Constitution, we are here today to look at the proposals that were submitted to the Amendment Committee, which has been grouped into motions, which is made up of 56 motions for National Delegate Conference to take decisions on the motion. Today we are gathered here as National Delegate Conference, but it is important that we also, just as the National Treasurer said, just as the National Organizer also said, to show our esteemed appreciation to some personalities who made it possible for us to meet today as conference. Indeed, the party is extremely grateful to a former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, for the massive support he gave to us to be able to organize this conference. With a round of applause, let's show appreciation to the former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Again, we also want to show our deepest appreciation to our former Member of Parliament, Asen Central, Honorable Kennedy Akokprako Ejapon, for the massive contribution. He also made it possible for our conference to come on. We are also grateful to our MP for Abetifi, Honorable Brian Echampong, for also making significant contribution for us to be able to hold this conference, and also MP for Bosonche constituency, Honorable Edichum. We are also very grateful. The Finance Committee, we are grateful for the support, the work that you did. Madam former Chief of Staff, we are also very grateful for the work that you did for us. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, today marks the beginning of our quest, of our journey of recapturing power in 2028. And today is a very important day for us, a very important exercise that we are going to undertake today. And I plead with conference that whatever decision that we are supposed to take today, do not look at individuals, do not look at personalities, but look at the interests of the New Patriotic Party. As National Council took several decisions, I report to conference that the National Council, after several deliberations, several engagements, several consultations, have come and given the directive that on January 31st, 2026, the party shall hold its presidential primaries. And we know it is something that is fully supported by conference. It is for good reasons that as a party, as we prepare for the 2028 elections, we need to quickly do away with all our internal elections so that we will have enough time to unite as a party and prosecute the agenda of winning the elections in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen of the conference, the party not long ago also established what we refer to as the Patriotic Institute. And the Patriotic Institute is a game changer for our party. An institute that is going to train, give orientation to all the rank and file of our party, for us to appreciate and understand the history of our party, our ideology, and also to equip our communicators on how to communicate effectively and disseminate our information to the whole country. Not long ago, the National Executive Committee of the party, they satisfied with the decision by the Electoral Commission to do a rerun in some 19 polling stations in Ablekumanov, decided to boycott the whole election process. And as the party took their decision, it was done for good reasons. Because National Executive Committee, upon all the informations, the evidence that was adduced at NEC, came to the firm conclusion that indeed the NPP had won the elections at Ablekumanov. We had all our scam copies of our pin sheets in the 281 polling stations, which gave us a clear winning of 414 votes. And therefore, we were surprised that the Electoral Commission decided to call for a rerun. On principle, we felt that it was a wrong decision and it's a bad precedent being set by the Electoral Commission. And this is very dangerous for our future politics and future elections. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, one area that the party is very, very, very serious about is discipline in our party. Let us all understand that today we are national officers of the party, we are members of parliament, we are members of council of elders, but people have occupied these positions before. And therefore, those who have intentions of aspiring to lead the party, be it as flag bearer, be it as national officers, we must understand that our individual interests cannot override the supreme interest of the New Patriotic Party. And therefore, any person who has any intention to lead our party must respect the structures of our party and must respect authority of the New Patriotic Party. I call on you, conference, that the party has clearly given directives, and until we officially open nominations for aspirants or aspiring aspirants to go around the country to convince and talk to the rank and file of our party, let us continue to deny people from coming to our regions and our constituencies. Because we must be a disciplined party, and anyone who wants to lead the party must also exhibit discipline. Today, as I indicated, is going to pave the way for us to have victory in 2028. And as a party, we must look each other in the eye and remember who we are. We are not broken. We are not defeated. Neither have we lost. We are builders. We are dreamers. We are fighters. We are servants of the Ghanaian people. So I ask you today, what is our purpose? Why do we gather here? Why do we wear the blue, red, and white colors of this party with pride? It is because we believe. We believe in development, in freedom. We believe in responsibilities. We believe in enterprise. We believe in the future of Ghana. Ghana needs us. The youth are watching us. The farmers are watching us. The traders are watching us. Let us fight as one body with one identified vision and ambition to make sure that this abysmal performance from the NDC government, Ghanaians are looking for alternatives. And Ghanaians want to come back to NPP. Ghanaians know that our government offers the better solutions to their problems. But at the end of the day, They want to vote for an opposition party that is ready for power. And therefore, actions, inactions that seeks to divide us, that bring acrimony, that bring tension to us, needs to be relegated so that Ghanaians will see us as a proper, responsible, and viable opposition party that will wrestle them from the misery that they are going under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama and the NDC government. Ghanaians are asking the NDC questions. Ghanaians are asking President John Mahama, you promised us that you are going to reset the country for the better. You made noise about Galamsey in Ghana. You got certain civil society groups to come after our administration under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, what is the state of Galamsey in Ghana? To the extent that in his own backyard, in his own constituency, Galamsey is everywhere, Galamsey there, Galamsey where, Galamsey everywhere in Bale Bamboy constituency. President Mahama, Ghanaians are also asking you, what is the position of the NDC on the LGBTQ bill? You have gone silent on it, and Ghanaians are asking questions. Religious bodies are asking questions. That the promise that you made, that when you come into government, you will pass the bill. We are waiting for you. And again, Ghanaians are asking you that we are suffering with your D-levy. The hardship on us is something which is very unbearable. And Ghanaians are asking questions on your government. Ghanaians never knew that your reset meant mass terminations of appointment. People who have worked in government institutions without necessarily having any political affiliations have been told to go home under your government. Is it the 24-hour economy you promised us, which meant mass dismissal and termination of appointment? Fellow Kukudais, ladies and gentlemen, let our answer be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be bold. Yes, yes, the new Patriotic Party is ready. The new Patriotic Party will use this conference as a tool in our attempt to recapture power in 2028. And with a united front, devoid of individualism, I can assure you, I can tell you that in 2028, victory is coming. In 2028, the new Patriotic Party will win the elections. In 2028, Ghana will see the new Patriotic Party in the helm of affairs. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Be on your feet, let's do it together.
Very energetic message from the General Secretary. Quick introductions. We also want
the
to
live coverage of the NPP Delegate Conference 2025 here on the Joy News channel, and Dr. Asa Asante is still here with me. Doc, let's stay with Justin Frimpong Kodia for a minute. You listened in to his speech. What do you make of it?
Very interesting speech in the sense that he talked about his party and then also extended the communication to national issues. There's nothing wrong talking about national issues because it affects everybody in this country. But the things he also talked about, yes, he has his own arguments in there. But when you look at it and the forum that he finds himself in, one would have thought that he would do more at home by talking about problems that the party NPP is facing and for which reason they have assembled as a way of dealing with some of the problems. That would have resonated with the people the more. But you spend more time talking about national issues. There's nothing wrong. But I believe that at that level, the forum becomes a wrong forum for you because your party people want to see what you have under your sleeves for them, what you have. When you begin to move to another level, then the conversation can be extended to national. But that is not to say that if you touch on national issues, they are not important. They are. But the forum you are before or you find yourself in, there are problems that confront the people in there. And that's the solution they want.
What's your general assessment of him as a general secretary? Maybe when you're grading your students, do you do the skills 0 to 10 or you do it 1 to 10?
Normally,
Or use the percentages?
I use the percentages, but on this score I will not use any percentage. But
okay.
I have seen a number of them. Jenny Boateng, General Secretary Dan Boche, Ohininto, Sir John of blessed memory, Kwamina J. Japong, and John Buedu, then himself. Towering personalities within here are people who have really stood firm and dealt with issues head on. There are things that people like us have heard. These people, when they were in office, they were able to do, and it will surprise you. You need a general secretary who is bold, courageous, he has ideas, and they are able to what? Come to the rescue of the public. Because remember, the party is the one that gave birth to what? The government, so to speak. So the party is the one that guides and shapes the frontiers of government from behind. So you need a leader who can call people to order. And people here, I'm talking about the president, right? If there are, I had a story, and I will not be able to say all the details.
Okay, Doug, we'll come back to this. Let's go to the stadium where the minority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, is addressing.
Anyongle male jata, jata ela o fiade, ela o la o side, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo. Anyongle male jata, jata ela o fiade. La o si de o malo. Acting National Chairman of our great party, Your Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor, Your Excellency former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency former Vice President and former flag bearer of our party, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, and your dear spouse, our respected former colleague, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and former running mate of our dear party, members of the diplomatic corps, national executives of our great party, distinguished members of the Council of Elders, Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, colleagues in leadership, honorable mighty minority members of Parliament, regional executives, constituency executives, distinguished delegates, representatives from our external branches, fellow patriots, members of TESCON, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let us recall the piercing wisdom of our revered former President John Agyekum Kufuor. It is better to be a cleaner in a party in power than the General Secretary of a party in opposition. These words echo with urgency today as we gather in the shadow of our 2024 defeat. A loss that stings, not because we failed, but because Ghana is now paying the price for trusting the NDC's hollow promises. Barely months into their tenure, the NDC's betrayal is glaring. New levies on fuel have spiked pump prices, crushing ordinary Ghanaians. Their pledge to end Galamsey has collapsed into chaos. The president calls it a national emergency, yet refuses to declare a state of emergency. Their vow to reset our nation has become a brazen assault on our judiciary, starting with the shameful vilification of our Chief Justice. Their promise of change a sham, with schemes afoot to funnel our mineral wealth to their cronies. Worst of all, the questionable Ablekumanot rerun, where NDC-affiliated tax attacked our candidate, Nana Ekwe-Afriye, former MP Hawa Kumsin, and journalists exposed their willingness to trample democracy with violence. The message is clear. NDC is a failure. Ghana deserves better. Our 2024 loss exposed our cracks, internal rifts, faltering resolve, and a message that didn't connect. Yet this defeat is not our end. It is our crucible, fortifying us for the battles ahead. You must channel this moment of disillusionment into a movement of renewal, turning pain into purpose. Let me share a story that should humble all of us. In 2005, a democratically elected leader stood at the gate of American embassy in New Delhi, holding a valid passport, but facing an insurmountable barrier. The United States had denied Narendra Modi a visa, not for any criminal conviction, but because the world had judged him guilty. Imagine that moment of profound isolation. Here was a man who had won the trust of millions, yet reduced to persona non grata on the global stage. The humiliation was complete. The path forward seemed impossible. But Modi made a choice that day that would define not his future, but the destiny of his party and some 1.5 billion people. Today, that same man commands audience at the G20, addresses joint sessions of the United States Congress, and leads one of the world's most growing economies. Recently, he visited our republic and addressed our parliament, stating, "True democracy promotes discussions and debate. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights." I couldn't agree more. Modi's journey from global pariah to world statesman offers us, the NPP, a roadmap from our current wilderness to future victory. Modi's resurrection began with a revolutionary principle. In a nation fractured by castes, religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, he declared, "All the citizens, all the voters are my countrymen." Fellow patriots, look around us this very afternoon. Look at the divisions that have sprouted like weeds since our defeat. We cannot, we must not allow 2024 to become the year that destroyed the NPP. From this moment, we speak with one voice. We move with one resolve. We are not Achim, Ashanti, Fante, Mamprushi, Gonja, Gan, or Ewe. We are NPP. We are not North or South. We are Ghana first. Modi's transformation was built on principles that never wavered. Service before self, performance over promises, dignity through opportunity. These values are not foreign to us. They are our foundation. Buzia believed in service before self. Dankwa championed dignity through opportunity. Dombo sacrificed his leadership rights and fought for performance over promises. We have not lost our way because we forgot our policies. We have lost our way because we abandoned our principles. Modi's political resurrection was built on methodical grassroots mobilization. From the mid-1980s onwards, he trekked to villages others ignored, sat with farmers others dismissed, and listened to the dreams others regarded as impossible. Perhaps we became a party talking to itself in Accra. We must become a party of Ghana talking to Ghana. Our constituency executives must master every polling station. Our polling station chairpersons must know every voter. Our electoral area coordinators must understand every community's dreams. Modi's greatest achievement was rebranding not just himself, but India's entire narrative. The country known for poverty became known for possibilities, but this rebranding wasn't cosmetic, it was substantive. We cannot rebrand ourselves through better slogans. We must rebrand ourselves through better results and strong character. This conference marks a pivotal moment in our party's journey. As we gather under the theme, rebuilding together with our values, we are called not only to reflect, but to renew. We are called to look inward and ask ourselves the hard questions. Who are we? What binds us? And where are we going? We are in a season that demands sober reflection, radical unity, and a return to first principles. This is a time of transition, a time when we are repositioning as a party in opposition. It is a time to rebuild, a time to reconnect with our grassroots, to re-express our ideals with clarity, and reconnect to the Ghanaian people with bold new vision for the future. We are at a critical juncture as a party, not because our tradition is broken, but because it is being tested by an electoral defeat, internal tensions, unmet expectations, and the competing ambition of people who want to serve. But let us remind ourselves, ambition must never override party loyalty. Competition must never erode patriotism, and political differences must never poison the well of unity. Dear patriots, every political tradition, every movement that has endured storms and achieved victories has been built on one unshakable foundation: unity. Without unity, we are just individuals with ambition. But with unity, we become a force, a party with direction, discipline, and destiny. Unity does not mean uniformity. It doesn't mean we all agree on everything. It means loyalty to a shared purpose. It means commitment to the flag, the same values, and the same future. The NPP has never been merely a political organization. We are a tradition built on the sweat, sacrifice, and convictions of patriots who came before us. Patriots who believed in liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and the boundless potential of the Ghanaian people, realized through the active participation of the private sector. These values must be our compass, especially now. For us as a party, the Modi story is instructive. The lesson for us is simple. It is possible to rebuild, and leadership is empty without a united party. Like the BJP, we have known both power and opposition. We have faced criticism and internal differences. But unity is the absence of is not the absence of disagreement. It is a decision to prioritize collective strength over individual ambition. If we are to reclaim our position of leadership and trust, we must first reclaim the spirit of unity, discipline, and shared purpose that build this party. We must reconnect with the base, re-engage the grassroots, and rise together, not as isolated contenders, but as unified movement driven by conviction and clarity. Like the BJP, our party too must rediscover the principle and the ethos that define our founding fathers. We must rebuild, yes, but not as a scattered stones. We must rebuild together, brick by brick, anchored in our values and in the unshakable belief that no individual is bigger than the NPP. That belief must reflect our tone, our language, our strategy, and most importantly, in our posture towards one another. Internal discord, suspicions, and disunity have cost us. We must learn from our losses, and we must do so quickly. And I ask again, what are our values? Our party, guided by the enduring motto, development in freedom, stands for democratic accountability, the rule of law, free enterprise, and national self-confidence. Rooted in the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, we are inspired by a deep sense of perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding faith in Ghana's manifest destiny as a free, just, and prosperous society of opportunities. We believe in building a nation where every Ghanaian, regardless of the circumstance of birth, gender, ethnicity, or religion, must be offered the chance to rise through merit, effort, and enterprise. Our vision of a property-owning democracy has evolved beyond land or housing to mean giving every citizen a stake in national progress through education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and decent jobs. Every child and youth must be equipped with the skills, values, confidence, and opportunity to be entrepreneurial or to climb the professional career ladder. From rural development and bold social interventions to industrialization, the NPP remains committed to inclusive growth, law and order, and empowering all Ghanaians to shape their own destinies in a free society. We believe in inclusive growth that lifts farmers, teachers, traders, and students together. We stand for law and order, the bedrock of peace and progress. We uphold democratic accountability where leaders serve, not rule. Because in this party, we believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you, the Ghanaian, are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The NPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes, but we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party. Since the NDC government assumed office in January, we've witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking our differences. It means confronting them with maturity. It means refusing to let factions become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the NPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united and committed to the values and ideologies of our party. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold governments accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that we remain the better alternative. To our aspiring candidates, let this be a season of sober reflection. There is room for all of us at the table, but there is no room for selfish ambition. Let us rise above the temptation to win at all costs and choose instead to serve at all costs. Delegates, the future of our party rests in the choices we make today. Let us choose unity over division. Let us all rally around our elected leaders and reignite hope among our base. To our grassroots, you are the lifeblood of this great tradition. Your sacrifices, your patience, and unwavering loyalty have kept us afloat in seasons of triumph and in valleys of loss. And so to you, I say, hold on, do not lose hope. We shall rise again. The elephant has only stumbled. It has not been defeated. You have never given up on us, and we, your servants in Parliament, will never give up on you either. And to our youth, you form the majority, and your energy, your voice, and your ideas are not just welcome, they are essential. TESCOM, this is your moment. Stay grounded to our values. Stay focused on the bigger picture. Know that the future of this party belongs to you, the TESCOM youth, and our youth scattered all over the country. Learn from the elders in Parliament. Don't insult them. Engage them. Absorb their wisdom and grow with a strong conviction of our party and what it stands for. That way, you can also lead with clarity, build with purpose, and sustain the NPP legacy that has been entrusted to you. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Yes, we lost 2024 elections in a big way, but let us be clear, this was not a defeat born out of failure. It was a perfect storm of adversity no government in the Fourth Republic has ever had. From the banking crisis that threatened to collapse our financial system, which we spent billions fixing, restoring confidence and stability, to the global COVID-19 pandemic that brought the world to its knees. Then came the Russia-Ukraine war, unleashing the harshest cost of living crisis in generation. And through it all, we governed with a hung parliament and an opposition speaker. No government in our democratic history faced this scale of compounded crisis. Yet, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the driving seat, we held the line. We do not downplay the struggle the Ghanaian people had to endure, but we should commend them because it was a sacrifices day, including the bondholders made, which led to the big economic recovery we started witnessing from early 2024. We endured, the people endured, and still we delivered. That was leadership, tested best in major crisis. We should not be shy of the mighty gains we made under very difficult circumstances under Nana Akufo-Addo. We fixed the crisis and handed over an economy with stronger GDP growth than what we inherited in 2017. We built historic levels of gold and foreign exchange reserves the current administration is now relying on to prop up the city and support the economy. We created jobs. We built more roads than any government in 8 years span and implemented free SHS, a globally unprecedented feat in a country where most students are boarders. We industrialized like never before, from 1D, 1F and industrial parks to an emerging automotive sector that positions Ghana as a manufacturing hub of Africa's single market. We expanded health infrastructure, revitalized agriculture, and rolled out STEM so boldly. The STEM education agenda, we successfully rolled it out to equip our youth with skills for the jobs of tomorrow. Thanks to Matthew Opoku Prempeh and Dr. Educhum. We set Ghana on irreversible digitalization path, placing our nation at the forefront of promising digital economy and after. Fellow patriots, rather than feeling sorry for ourselves, let us face the truth. We took the hard, necessary decisions to save this economy. And now, Mahama's government is taking propaganda credit, reaping where it has not sown when they talk about resetting, where it is its so-called 24-hour economy, the gold board or anything else. They are simply rebranding our achievements and marketing them as their own. Let no one be deceived. The foundation they are standing on was laid by this party, by our sacrifices, by our bold leadership in the face of crisis. So no, this party has no reason to hang its head at all. In closing, I want to reiterate our theme, rebuilding together with our values. It is a charge. It is a call to realign, to renew and to rise together. And we rise again in unity and in the enduring spirit of our party, our great NPP. And I say to all of you, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we fear no evil. Let us go back to our roots. Let us rebuild with courage. Let us reimagine our future. And let us reclaim the spirit that built this party, a spirit of sacrifice, of loyalty, of conviction. We've done it before. We can do it again. And let it be that by the grace of God, we will. God bless us all. God bless the MPP. And God bless our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Markin, the minority leader in Parliament, addressing the delegates just right there. Back in studio, Doc, I'm certain you are listening in, and it's quite fascinating that he likened the story to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, because of resilience and that nice comeback if you follow Prime Minister Modi and the BJP party. You listened in. What do you think about the speech?
Yeah, he made a lot of interesting points worth interrogating further. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. It talks about the fact that the party now have divisions. And I am happy because of the fact that he's a leader, and what he thinks that affects the party most at this forum is what you address, even though he touched on some of the national issues, but more on the party. The divisions are in there, and it to be expected from every mass party. And when we say mass party, we are talking about a political party whose members cut across every sector of the country. It is not an ethnic party, and it is not, a religious party.
Doc, again, we'll go back to the University of Ghana Stadium where Afenyo Opare, former Chief of Staff, is addressing the delegates.
The acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, and the national executives. The former president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, and spouse, Hajia Samira Bawumia, the minority leader and members of parliament, members of the National Council and members of the Council of Elders, representatives of political parties present, the diplomatic corps, former ministers of state and other government appointees, regional executives, constituency executives, members of TESCON, members of conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I read you the message from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I feel a profound sense of gratitude for the trust and cooperation conference has shown me from the days of old, and most particularly during my tenure as President of the Republic for 2 consecutive terms. It was a great privilege to serve in that capacity on the ticket of our ever-capable new patriotic party. I say ever-capable because of that our non-consecutive periods in government since the 1992 dispensation began, firstly under President John Agyekum Kufuor from the 2001 to 2009, and secondly, myself, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from 2017 to 2025. We have, through it all, demonstrated the resilience of our rank and file against challenges and shown without doubt, as our records have proven, that it is always only under the new patriotic government that Ghana thrives. Today, we gather here at conference as representatives of the teeming mass of party faithfuls across the country to undertake a very important constitutional endeavor. As delegates, it is important to remind ourselves that this crucial representative function for and on behalf of our people transcends being physically present here. Wherever we are from, though we convene here at the University of Ghana, this esteemed institution of learning and history, the acquired sentiments of despair and doubt of the people we are representing today, we most importantly carry their sentiments and expectation and hope. Hope that the key steps we will undertake here will in whole or in part be a formidable effort towards restructuring, rebuilding, and reclaiming the reins of governance of our dear country. And that whilst the path will not always be easy, we will remain deeply proud of the progress made at every step, the lives we touched, and the hope we inspired. Whilst our present situation has been necessitated by circumstances we cannot ignore, I am optimistic through dialogue, mutual understanding, strong commitment to our principles and values, we can rebuild the bridges and restore the unity that has always been our strength. Fellow delegates, conference must reflect what we want all to know, that ours is not just a political party, it is a family. And as is typical of every family, we must find ways to reconcile differences and ensure that every member has a place at the table and is up and ready to be counted. We must unleash inherent energy amongst our youth with enough focus on adequate use of our structures like the recently inaugurated Patriotic Institute to empower them and offer them the opportunities to grow. They are no more the future, they are the present. Their energy, innovation, and resilience must be the driving forces behind our progress on this rebuilding journey. Our efforts must be all-inclusive. That is why structures or laws crafted in a bygone era, which notably do not reflect the realities and aspirations of our contemporary existence, must be opened up and critically examined to follow for proper reforms. Severally, I have stated, and today will be no exception, that we must continue to stand firm and united behind the eternally forthright ideals and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia political tradition, which has proven the most suited political tradition on our Ghanaian market. We must make room for belief to replace doubt. For it was out of nothing that our illustrious forebears found purpose in a melting pot of scenic salt pond to bear what has over the years transformed into the formidable political ticket we have in the NPP. Our conduct, therefore, throughout this period will either reinforce the confidence of the Ghanaian people in the NPP or draw them away from us. Accordingly, I wish us all at the National Annual Delegates Conference, I wish you well and hope that the deliberations will be fruitful. May God bless the new patriotic party and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our mother, who has made history, the first ever female chief of staff. Thank you very much. Ma Nyamin Shirao. Thank you, Ma Nyamin Shirao. Okay.
Who has the leadership qualities necessary to protect and move forward this extraordinary nation in the next chapter of its progress? Who can lead us to take the next bold steps toward the prosperity and general well-being of every citizen of Ghana? The first focus for those of us in the NPP is 22nd December 2007, when the party's 2008 presidential candidate will be selected by the National Congress. Last week, I completed my election.
Thank you for staying with us. This is the live coverage of the NPP's Delegate Conference. And Doc, we were just analyzing the minority speaker's speech. You were up on that, then we'll go back to your analysis and your assessments of the previous general secretaries, which you think that may have been the engine of political parties over the years. And we'll focus then on the NPP, of course, because today is a day for them. But let's continue with the minority speaker's speech.
Yes, as I listened to Mr. Afenyo-Markin, it touched on very important things which are germane to the growth of the party. And I believe that if the party pays attention, then they should be able to get the basis right. He talked about the fact that, you know, this party, he did not put it directly, but you can infer from his speech that it has been born. This is the party that their leaders' work has stood the test of time, put them together. The leaders like Dankwa, the Buzia, the Dombo, I agree, but I disagree. If you talk about NPP, and as soon as they mention Dankwa, Buzia, Dombo tradition, then I ask myself, because if you look at how the party came to form the UP after Kwame Nkrumah passed the Avoidance of Discrimination Act in 1958, all parties were proscribed with the exception of CPP. So the parties that had stood the election of 1956, all of them gang up and form a party called UP. So you have the Anglo Youth Organization in there. You have the Gashi Mokwe in there. You have all manner of parties in there. So if you talk about Dankwa, Buzia, who belong to the UGCC, and then the Dombo and Co, who believe in come from the Northern People's Party and the rest of it. What about the other parties? Are they not represented here? And that narrative has been consistent with the party, but the time has come for people to know that this is the reality.
But for this explanation, I would have always likened the Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition as it being born out of the fact that during the military regime you couldn't form a political party and all of that, so they had to do it in a way that is quite hidden, and out of that born the I see this is the narrative.
Stories,
okay,
their story, the background. All right, yes, that brought them, but there were others. If you are tracing it from the UP point of view, UP were all the other parties put together with the exception of the CPP.
Okay.
So if you mention, UGCC, which represent Dankwa and Buzia, or even if you talk about even Ghana Congress Party, which Buzia led and all that, and the Dombo and Northern People's Party and the rest of them, then what about the rest of the other parties?
Right.
You've forgotten about them. When would they get to their 10? And nobody knows. But that aside, I want to look at, he talked about very important things, that there's a need to what? For them to be able to put themselves together, because unity is strength, so as to rebuild the party. It's refreshing to me because he has seen the need to rebuild the party, make it better and stronger to stand the battle of 2028. It's fine. He talked about the fact that their party's tradition has stood the test of time, and that there's always the need for loyalty, there's a need for unity and patriots. There must be patriots, people who will like the party, who stand for the party at all times. And of course, they talk about the fact that they are a property-owning democracy, and that I don't get that concept. I don't get it. Some time ago, I spoke with one of the party leaders and I asked, what is it about? And he gave me an idea that it was something that he picked from Dr. Dankwa's collection and all that. You see, NPP, I know that before they lost power, they heard about these criticisms and all that. People like us were saying, come out with your ideology. Because yes, ideology also helped to shape the ideas and aspirations of people. NDC will tell you they are social democrats.
Yeah. And
they can articulate the tenets of what social democracy. So NPP were still, dilly-dallying. But I know that before the election, they started making moves to teach their followers, to the party leadership, to teach them about the ideology, which is center-right.
Yeah.
That there are things that they believe in and all that. I believe that it is very, very important for them to articulate this, then people will follow, so that when you come out with policies and programs, people will not criticize you unnecessarily. They know that, these people, there's some of the policies that they pursue and all that.
This concept of center-right political party, center-right anyway, a political party must have one ideology, should it not?
Yeah.
And so if you have the center-right concept.
It's also an ideology.
Okay.
Right.
And
in the ideological continuum, we have those on the left, those on the right, and those are the middle, center. And there are those in between this group. So when you say center right, they are the center, but they tilt towards the right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you see issue like, semblance of conservatism, which is at the right in there. You have things like they believe in property
owning,
they believe in individualism, that develop the individual
elitism,
and you'll be able to build the capacity of everybody and all those things. So those on the ideological continuum, they are not wrong. Yes. Then they talk about the issue of let them also he mentioned something which is very striking, that from now onwards they should support each other, and that if one of them is touch all. Maybe you will come out with better and further particulars about that, but I don't get it. What does it mean? If somebody is called upon to come and answer question for the office that he has occupied as a public office, is it the case that he has been touched?
Can that amount to touch one? Yes. I believe the traditional slang touch one, touch all, meaning maybe at
what level can somebody be touched? At the level of accountability. When you are called upon that we should follow you, we should come. He is a lawyer, he knows more than I do. If you read our constitution, the introductory aspect, the preamble, in there, they tell that we, the people of Ghana, believe in so many principles, including probity, accountability. And once you hold public office, you are answerable for your actions and even your inaction.
Right.
Yes.
Doug, just on your screen now, you see the former vice president of the country, the NPP's 2024 flag bearer, together with his wife, just walking into the stadium and being received and welcomed by the delegates, as you can see on your screen, beautifully planted on that green carpet grass over there, with the chairs on. Doc, our big elephant has arrived.
Yeah.
We'll discuss it a little later. Let's continue with the takeouts from that speech.
Right. So you talk about the touch one, touch all. People must know that once they become political heads, they are answerable for their actions and inaction. And this dovetails into the concept of good governance. One of the cardinal principles of good governance is that if you hold any public office, make yourself ready for accountability one day, because you must account for the stewardship of your office. When you are called upon, I'm not sure you have any moral authority or even legal authority to call anybody to do what? To follow you for what?
He talked about resilience, a good comeback, giving us example of what is happening in other countries, citing Prime Minister Modi and all of that. This political party and what happened in 2024 and the conference as you're seeing now, can they recover anytime soon?
Recovery is a difficulty, but it's not impossible. Why am I saying that? It's a difficulty in the sense that if you look at the election, the level of defeat, it tells you that something fundamentally went wrong. The bad news for them is that you are not in office to correct that. If you are in office, you are able to correct that. But this one, you are outside power. So correcting some of them becomes impossible. Even some of them you will be able to do, people read meanings into that. That is one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is that people will be asking you, is that now that you are out of power, that you have seen, there's a need for us to do ABC just to stay afloat and all that. But that aside, if NPP is a national party, and this country is we operate...
Right, Doc. We'll now go to the stadium, the conference where the former Vice President and the 2024 NPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, will be addressing shortly.
Kukrudu. 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 National Chairman, acting the General Secretary, our former President J. Kufuor, former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who I'm sure are watching us, the former Chief of Staff, the former Second Lady, my beautiful Samira, members of Parliament, former ministers and former members of Parliament, former MMDCs, our national executives, external members of external branches, regional executives, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, and representatives of other political parties, fellow Kukrudites. Kukrudu. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you all to this National Delegates Conference. It is a joy to see the representation of our party from across the country converge once again for conference. I, however, would have wished that we would have been doing so under different circumstances. Yet, still, I am filled with hope that as we reflect and reorganize, we will soon be given the opportunity once again by our countrymen and women to serve and assist in rebuilding and transforming our nation. Kukrudites, the task ahead of us is one that we have to conduct with diligence and measure. In times like this, we should be focused on strengthening our bonds of unity and reinvesting in the ties that bind us. Our foundation and our strength has always been in building a united party. We have been the party that has over the years built the broadest coalition of citizens, not just to win, but to govern. We have been the party that has over the years offered hope to the largest diversity of our peoples. Under our tent, it has not mattered where you come from, whether you are Sefi, Fanti, Ewe, Ashanti, Gadangme, Krobo, Dagomba, Wala, Dagati, Konkomba, Frafra, or Mamprusi. It has not mattered what religion you practice, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or a traditional African religious practitioner. It has not mattered whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are formally educated or not. This is why the root of our party resulted from an amalgamation of parties from different parts of Ghana and different interest groups. Let us remind ourselves that the parties that merged to form the United Party included the National Liberation Movement, dominant in Ashanti, the Northern People's Party, representing the Northern Territories, the Muslim Association Party, the Anlo Youth Organization based in the Volta region. Ga Shefimope represented the Ga interests in Greater Accra region. The
The Togoland Congress focused on British Togoland interests. The Federation Youth Organization. It is clear, therefore, that the bonds of unity in diversity has been our lifeblood and our foundation. Now more than ever, we must refresh them and desist from any language, character, or actions that divide us. With unity and consistency, we can regain the trust of Ghanaians. If we are fractured and at each other's throats, none of us can cross over and lead us to fulfill this party's purpose. Let me say that tribalism and religious bigotry, from whichever quarters it emanates, pose an existential threat and should have no place in the new patriotic party. We must also be consistent in pursuance of our effort to address not just the challenges within, but more importantly, the challenges that bedevil our motherland. In governance, there are ups and downs. Through the President J. Kufuor and President Nana Akufo-Addo periods, we succeeded at many things with monumental and transformational achievements. Their achievements, these two great presidents, their achievements will stand the test of time. We have also learned useful lessons in how to improve some things in the future. We must remain resolute and consistent in doing the right things again and in applying the lessons the next time. We must ensure that Ghanaians genuinely see the lessons we have learned and are willing to apply the next time around. We shouldn't be shy about them. It is then that our fellow countrymen and women will give us another opportunity to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, an army that wants to win a battle must exercise discipline within its ranks. Too often, when we are yet to choose leaders, indiscipline, unacceptable language, and unpardonable behavior become the order of the day. In the end, when internal competitions are over, the attacks we would have launched on ourselves become fodder and ammunition which our opponents use to attack us. We experienced it in the 2024 campaign, and we should not let it happen again a second time. This is why I call on all Kukrudites to stop internal attacks now. Let's stop the internal attacks now. Let us rather focus on the attempt by the NDC to undermine our democracy and rule of law in trying to remove the Chief Justice. Let us focus on their clear intention to go after the Electoral Commissioner subsequently. Let us focus on the violence and thuggery their hoodlums carried out in the recent Ablekuma election, in full view of the police and cameras. I again call on His Excellency the President to bring the perpetrators to book and to remind them that the elephant never forgets. No matter how long it takes, we will prosecute the perpetrators when we assume office in 2029, inshallah. To the leadership of the party, I ask that you be firm and crack the whip so that discipline is maintained within our ranks. It is with discipline, humility, lessons learned, and the pursuit of a common good for Ghana that we can become the refreshed party we desire. Finally, in all our decisions today and in all our actions towards the reform process, let us be guided by the rule of what is in the best interest of Ghana. At dawn on December 8th, 2024, as I prepared my remarks to concede the election of 2024, my singular focus was on what's in the best interest of Ghana. I am fortified in my heart that as politicians, we should always be guided by what's in the best interest of Ghana at all times. What represents the best example to Ghana's children? What is in Ghana's best interest will always be in the best interest of the NPP. We cannot ever go wrong with that. Let us showcase it more and more as we reflect and rebuild. I have no doubt that notwithstanding the challenges ahead, of which there will be many, if we are united and disciplined and work hard, we will win the 2028 presidential and parliamentary elections by the grace of God. It is still possible. I wish us all a successful annual Delegates Conference. God bless you, God bless the NPP, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, yeah, Doug, I would say that, and you watching, girl, I dare say that is nearly the first time I'm hearing that it is possible after that 2024 elections. I've not heard it so far. Maybe they've said it and I didn't catch that. But yes, the NPP's 2024 presidential candidates right there, and the country's former vice president, Muhammadu Bawumia, doctor, just addressing the delegates now and taking his leave off the stage. And that looks like a quite impressive chair on by the delegates in that conference over there. But Doc, maybe you want to...
Yes, I'll come to Dr. Bawumia.
You want to pick up on the recovery?
Yeah. You pose a question as to their comeback. Is it that easy? I said there's a difficulty there, but there's also possibility. A possibility in the sense that if you look at the NPP, Ghana, our system, party systems, is what we call a two-party system. Two-party means that you have so many parties in the state, but only two have what it takes to win power and form a government, exclusive to themselves. So if you look at it, CPP, other parties, they are not strong. These parties have dominated them. So they are dominant parties. These are dwarf parties, other ones. And so all that NPP has to do is to get their bases right, put their house in order, be united, and then take their chances. And then they can be back to power. Because for a two-party system, the slightest mistake that the ruling party does...
We're quick to move to the other one.
Exactly so.
If not for how the parliamentary elections went in 2024, I'd say that in 2016, we would have described that Mahama losing as quite one that we've not seen before, up until this 2024. Because it was then, we'll say that it was a huge loss to the NDC.
1 million votes.
1 million votes. Now it's increased on the part of the NPP. So at every election era, there is a new number to want to discuss. I asked whether the recovery is easy or difficult because of the peculiarity of the 2028 elections. And we're talking about this even before we came back on air, that it's not in 2024. We said it's a different kind of elections. Why? A former president seeking re-election. and a vice president seeking to want to continue what his president was doing. Now in 2028, until anything or any surprises, President Mahama will not have the eligibility to want to represent the people of NDC and want to be president. Which means that it gives birth to a very new era for both parties.
Yes.
And it's why I like to think why the NPP still sees that huge hope in the 2028. It's not business as usual. Because if it's business as usual, then Doc will say, you know what, NPP, let's go into 2028. The cycle, the tradition of 8 years era. Maybe wait. After 2028, then maybe we seek proper election. We only contest because we have to. But what are the chances in that 2028 for both parties?
You see, the 2028 present a new phenomenon altogether, in the sense that, as you rightly pointed out, you are getting Mahama completely off. So a new person is going to be on the ballot. And obviously, even if the person has served in a government before or not, he has never, experienced that contest or has never campaigned as a president before. So you are going to get somebody like that. If you get, say, Bawumia, then there's a different story, because he has seen it as a vice president and a running mate and that, and then, of course, as a flag bearer. So he has some level of experience. But all those things are part of the things that are icing on the cake. But the real issue, the crust of the matter, the issue of what really influenced voter choices. It's not the history. It's not a certain phenomenon. But what are the indices or the factors that influence voter choices? Those are the things that shape the contours of elections in Ghana.
Which, yeah, very true.
Because you can have 8 years, you are going for a fresh election where the actors are fresh on the political plane. But what are the things that define their moment? Economy.
True.
If there is a government is able to perform very well, right, all that the NPP will have is their past record to stand on to campaign. And if that doesn't match the NDC, obviously there will not be a match to consider.
This is so true, Doc, because if you look at the CDD report in 2016, the factors that they list that accounted to the NDC losing is not too far from what happened in 2024. Now, we may go back to the proposed amendment, the rumored proposed amendment, which we may be hearing the party taking on with a voice vote. Maybe Amendment 6 says that scrap the special electoral college to allow more than 5 flag bearer aspirants. Do you agree to this? Scrap the special electoral college. Superfluous?
Oh yes, we didn't need that because what were they going to do after you've elected? Then that body also comes. It's a waste of their time and everybody's time. So I think that there is a sense in that. Get the basis right. The basis is what? Expand and forget about all that they are going to waste their time on that super delegate conference. Expand the electoral base.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. You cure that by expanding the electoral base.
You expand the electoral base because you are talking about voters at which level. So give everybody who is really qualified the opportunity to vote.
When it's time for the voice vote, when it gets to that amendment, I really would like to see how that would end. But let's go to 7, where they're asking grant an amnesty to suspended or resigned members.
It is in their own interest to do that because political parties act. You know, what is the duty of political parties? Their primary duty is to win power and form the next government. How do you do that? You need numbers. So anybody that the party believe that he is offended by certain action or he has done something and he has received enough punishment, for which reason you want to bring him back to the fold. Why not? Because you are talking about a game of what? Numbers. Every one vote counts a lot.
It doesn't threaten deterrence. It doesn't threaten discipline and all of that.
You have disciplined them already. And that, what else do you want? Remember, even in prison, when you imprison somebody, it is a way of reforming the person. You don't imprison to destroy. You don't punish to destroy. So you have punished the person for a while. Yeah, it's good. Bring him back. It's like you have, spanked your child. You bring him back to your side and begin to mold. So they are bringing them back. It's good. Because you see, people like Paula Fuku, Kwabena Japong, and co, they kept them away. They have following, large following. And so later, Kwabena Japong came in and all that. Where is Afuku? Other people. If they can even extend an olive branch to even Alan, I wouldn't fault them. Because take it or leave it. Forget about what happened in the last election. I said from day one, Alan will not win because a third party can never win power, at least in our time. Maybe the coming of Christ. It won't happen. Because if you look at the fact that Ghana is built along two-party system, any other party is what? Has been dwarfed by the dominant party. You cannot. It's not a case, it's scientific and all that. So Alan, I knew he was not going to win, and he didn't win. But you can go and have a conversation and see whether you can get him back.
It's really surprising considering how well he performed historically.
Yeah.
It's just surprising that he didn't do quite well in the recent
I knew,
one.
and I said it, if you follow your networks, I said that he will not win. He will not make any showing, but he's likely to push the election to a second round. Because you see, I have done a research with my team from 1992 up to 2024. All the smaller parties, their effort has not traveled beyond 4%. All of them. So you are talking about as an individual, what can you do? When the threshold is beyond 50%, obviously it's an impossible adventure for them. They will not. It tells you, and it's not only that, Ghana is built along two-party systems. I mean, because those who handled us and gave us independence, their parties are also what? A two-party state. If you go to what? Britain, it's a two-party, Labour, Conservative, that's all. Any other party, you are what? A dwarf party. What Huntington and Co call a three-quarter party.
That's hilarious. Right, today may be the occasion, I'm not sure, but from 1998, 2009, 2017, plus today, what's generally the conference today? What's your assessment so far? What you've seen, the speeches, the ambience, I mean, you've seen the 2024 flag bearer as well walking there, the reception and all of that. What would you say?
I must say I've not been able to watch all of them, but the little that I've seen, if you look at what we are seeing today, fine. But I always want, I say with a pinch of salt, because with some level of, let me put it that way, some level of reservation, in the sense that if you see crowd and you want to judge by it, what we call in political science as what? There's a term for it, where you use numbers, to deceive people into believing that you have actually the numbers. It's not the case. And always politicians play that card. People can be badged to places. People can just go there as just go and watch what is going on and all that. So those things, it creates all manner of scenarios for me. But what is interesting to me is what you claim you want or what you have put down that you want to do. At the end of the day, I want to see whether you deviate from it or not. I am looking forward to that expanded electoral college. For me,
that's the most outstanding reform we are looking at.
I want to see, the word I was using for what, bandwagon. The bandwagon effect. You see people splash on TV screen. There were a lot of people at the Congress today. Right. You saw NPP rally, if that is anything to go by. You saw their rallies numbers. Where were the numbers when we were voting? It gives you an idea. So for me as a political scientist, I look at that, it's fine. But what is it that you have? What is it that you are coming to do? How do people accept it? And when you are done after this exercise, how are you going to implement that? A few, period that I have seen, NPP begin to stagger when it comes to what? Implementing decisions. You recall, before election, they said they placed a ban. Don't do this. People did them, nothing happened to them.
Right. Doc, I'll take a minute and take us back to the conference where Frank Davis, chairman of the NPP's Constitutional and Legal Affairs, is also addressing the delegates now.
Committee. The committee, which was subsequently inaugurated by the national chairman on April 25, 2025, had the following composition. Dr. Ekia Amwakun, member. Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, Dr. Antoinette Tibudakun, Honorable Diana Asonabadapa, Honorable Makafu Iwanya, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Idi Muhayedin Esquire, Member Secretary, and of course my good self, Frank Davis Esquire, Chairman. The terms of reference of the committee included to identify provisions of the party constitution that require amendments in order to give effect to the recommendations of the Michael Quay Election Review Committee, to work on the recommendations of the 2021 Constitution Review Committee chaired by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to receive proposals from party members and identifiable groups for amendments to the party constitution, to categorize the proposals into various articles and clauses for ease of reference, to make appropriate recommendations to guide the debate at the National Delegates Conference. In line with the party's tradition and the letter and spirit of the party constitution, particularly Article 19, the General Secretary, by a formal communication dated April 25, 2025, requested party members and identifiable groups who wish to propose amendments to the party's constitution to submit their written proposals to the Office of the General Secretary or send same directly to the committee via an email address set out for that purpose. Consequently, the committee received over 300 amendment proposals, both in hard copy and via the official email address. In pursuance of its mandate, the committee critically examined these amendment proposals, considered the Afenyo-Markin-led Constitution Review Committee, as well as the recommendations of the Professor Okoye-led Election Review Committee for Constitutional Reforms. The committee then examined the provisions in the NPP Constitution in respect of which amendments have been proposed and the Constitution as a whole. While streamlining and categorizing the proposed amendments and the various articles and clauses, the committee made recommendations for their acceptance or otherwise. Where appropriate, the committee also made some modifications to ensure coherence and consistency with other constitutional provisions, and more importantly, with the time-tested tradition and aspirations of the party as enshrined in the Constitution. Recommendations made by the committee were informed largely by the totality of the views expressed by the proponents, the underlying principles and traditions of the party, which ought to be respected and protected, while ensuring that the Constitution reflects current socio-political developments of the party in its forward march to advancing the cause of democracy and the rule of law. Fellow delegates, below are the motions formulated by the committee out of the amendment proposals that were submitted to both the General Secretary and committee by party members and identifiable groups for consideration and approval by the National Delegates Conference herein assembled. For the purposes of clarity and to make what we are about to do very distinct without any misunderstanding when we leave here, I'm going to set out the modalities for the run of the motions. I am going to take the motions seriatim from 1 to 56. After I have read out the motions, the justification for the motions will be read by another member of the committee in the person of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire. After the recommendations, the motion will be put to vote, and we are going to have a voice vote. The ayes and the nays. Distinguished fellow delegates, party faithful, if I have your attention at this particular point in time, I would start the exercise in earnest. Motion number 1. To amend Article 1 of the Constitution to include the party's motto, symbol, and colors.
Justification. The absence of the party's motto, symbol, and colors in the Constitution is an obvious omission and ought to be rectified. The party's motto, symbol, and colors must find expression in the party's constitution.
Fellow delegates, those in favor of motion number 1, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 2, Article 3(7). Amend Article 3(7) of the Constitution to give the power to recommend suspension of a member or an office holder pending disciplinary action against him to the appropriate disciplinary committee rather than the executive committee.
Justification. The amendment is necessary to ensure justified suspension of party executives, either elected or appointed by executive committees, only upon recommendation by the disciplinary committee, pending disciplinary proceedings against such officers. It is the disciplinary committee that shall recommend suspension, having regard to its preliminary findings.
Having heard the motion loudly and the justification, distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 2, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 3. Amend Article 437. Amend Article 437 of the Constitution to allow for a complaint against any constituency or regional officer, whether elected or appointed, to be filed at 1 in the case of the constituency officer, the regional executive committee, and 2 in the case of the regional officer, the national executive committee.
Justification. The amendment seeks to achieve fair and equal treatment or handling of disciplinary matters involving elected officers and appointed officers who are at the same level of the party by providing that they should be dealt with by the same disciplinary committee.
Having heard motion number 3, Distinguished delegates, those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 4. Amend Article 5(6). Amend Article 5(6) of the Constitution to adopt the Electoral Commission of Ghana's demarcation and cluster of electoral areas.
Chairman, the justification is as follows. The EC's electoral area systems are predetermined, bereft of controversies, and involve more polling stations than the party's demarcations of electoral area. The current provision in the party's constitution is that where polling stations under an electoral area exceed 10, an additional electoral area may be created. This lack of certainty and exactitude has triggered misunderstandings in the creation of some electoral areas. The adoption of the EC's electoral area system cures any such misunderstanding or perceived mischief.
Motion number 4. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 5. Article 6. I must say at this stage that this is a new provision. Amend Article 6 of the Constitution to provide for an electoral area executive committee structure made up of 5 members who shall all be elected, comprising the electoral area chairperson, secretary, organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
The justification is as follows, Chairman. The current system requires limited expansion to allow for increased participation and support in the management of the electoral areas. A 5-member committee enhances operational capacity and ensures a more inclusive and structured approach to supervising polling station activities.
Distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 5, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 6, amend Article 6(1) of the Constitution to increase the polling station executives from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, comprising the chairperson, secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
Chairman of Conference, this committee respectfully recommends the one-man, one-vote system as a long-term electoral framework for the party. In the absence of the foundational structures for the one-man, one-vote electoral system, the proposed limited expansion, which, if approved, will represent a 40% increase in the electoral college at the polling station level, is more realistic and manageable. It has the effect of increasing the electoral college considerably while the party works on the recommended one-man, one-vote system respectfully submitted.
I now put the vote. Those in favor of motion number 6, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 7. Amend Articles 6.1, 7.2, 9.1, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to split or decouple the position of research and electoral affairs officer at the constituency, regional, and national levels of the party.
Chairman, the amendment brings the needed focus and attention to each of the two responsibilities. Also, it is not every researcher who understands electoral matters and vice versa. Therefore, the recommendation is that separating the positions and appointing people with the requisite expertise to occupy the respective positions will inure to the party's benefit.
Those in favor, delegates, motion number 7, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes obviously have it. Motion number 8, amend Article 7.2 of the Constitution to include the Constituency Research Officer, Electoral Affairs Officer, PWD, that persons with disability coordinator on the Constituency Executive Committee.
Justification. This represents a limited expansion of the Constituency Executive Committee and seeks to promote inclusivity and broader participation in party activities at the constituency level.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 9, amend Articles 7.5, 9.2, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, electoral area, constituency, regional, and at the national level. At the national level, the communication officer shall be designated the Director of Communications.
Mr. Chairman, the appointment of communication officers has, in many instances, been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perceptions of favoritism and lack of candor. Making the positions elective will afford the party delegate opportunity to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. For the avoidance of doubt, the deputy directors of communications shall remain appointed. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 10, amend Articles 7.10 and 9.7 of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices.
Justification. Party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, it is recommended that they focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for other equally competent party members to occupy their positions in the party. It is also in line with the provisions in Clause 10 of Article 7 and Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that government appointees do not hold constituency, regional, and national executive offices. Chairman, respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor of motion number 10, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 11. Amend Articles 726 and 924 of the Constitution to provide that any vacancy that may occur for whatever reason in the case of the constituency secretary and regional secretary shall automatically be filled by the deputy constituency and deputy regional secretary.
Chairman, the recommendation is as follows. The deputy constituency and deputy regional secretaries, just like the substantive constituency and regional secretaries, are also elected by the same delegates at the same conference. The deputy secretaries should be able to occupy the positions of the substantive secretaries in the absence of the latter. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 12. Amend Article 727 of the Constitution to give voting rights to national and regional officers at the Constituency Delegates Conference at the constituency they hail from.
Chairman, the amendment strengthens the connections between these officers and the respective constituencies they hail from, where they may also serve as patrons and source of logistical support. This amendment is also geared towards the proposed limited expansion of the Electoral College, pending the one-man, one-vote system.
Delegates in favor of motion number 12, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 13. Our respected and distinguished delegates, with great respect,
Just gave up on that on a very critical point where there's almost a debate here as well whether we had a no or a yes, and then we'll reconnect shortly. But just joining us as well is the executive director for Global Info Analytics, Musa Dankwa, and he's also going to be still joined here by Dr. Asa Asante, continuing the debate, continuing the analysis of the NPP's delegate conference happening now, and that's the motions being taken and the voice votes as well happening. I'm also going to be handing over the baton to my colleague, Faustina Safo, to continue with the conversation. Relieve me of my back a little bit. Okay, I can use some stretch. Thank you so much. And then you want to stay with Fausti. Fausti, you want to pick up from here?
Did. Now, it's going to be a long day for us, but then we're just going through the motions. MFR, thank you so much for walking us through all the process all the way from when we started. And it's time now for us to take it from here. We're just giving you a rundown of some of the key things that has happened so far with the NPP Delegates Conference. This is our 360 coverage of the conference that started a bit earlier in the day. We expected it to start a bit earlier, but then it started a bit late. And now, so far, we know that out of the 12 different motions that the Frank Davids Committee have proposed, all of them getting the nod of the delegates. We'll get into them, the specifics, especially with Dr. Asa Asante in the studio with me, as well as Musa Dankwa, as we look at what this is seeking to achieve. And let me just get your brief thoughts, Dr. Asa Asante, and just get your understanding of some of the key things that have happened. And I'll run through the motions, motion by motion, and get your reactions to them. But let me take you now back to the University of Ghana Stadium. I'm told my connection is back, and we can now go over to listen to the other motions and what exactly the delegates think about it.
Of motion just ably recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 15. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to allow constituency and regional secretaries to present reports on the state of the party at the Constituency and Regional Delegates Conference with the prior approval of the Constituency and Regional Executive Committee, as the case may be.
Recommendation. Constituency and regional secretaries are the administrative heads of the constituency and regional secretariats of the party, and it is appropriate that they present a report on the state of the party to the constituency and regional party, respectively, to the Delegates Conference, with prior approval of the Constituency and Regional Executive Committee, as the case may be.
Those in favor of motion number 15, say aye. Those in favor, against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 16. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to require the statement of accounts to be presented by the constituency and regional treasurers at the Constituency and Regional Delegates Conference to have received prior approval of the Constituency and Regional Executive Committee, as the case may be.
This amendment allows the Constituency and Regional Executive Committees to scrutinize and give a stamp of approval to the statements before they are presented at the Delegates Conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 17. Amend Article 7. Delegates, I know you have your booklet. And you have also read it. So permit me to also read it, then you can respond. Thank you very much. Motion number 17. Amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that The Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Delegates in favor, say recommendation, sorry.
Dear delegates, please hear the recommendations. The recommendation is that constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album for organizing polling station and constituency elections. And therefore, it may be prudent that supervision of these elections be taken to the regional level to absolve it from any conflicting interest. Chairman.
My fellow delegates, those in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. Yeah. That is the beauty of our democracy. This time, the nays have it. So motion number 17 has suffered a knockdown. Motion number 18. Amend Article 8 of the Constitution to specifically provide that the external branches shall have 3 representatives on the National Executive Committee and 5 representatives on the National Council.
Chairman, the party constitution under Article 8.5 grants the external branches representation at the National Executive and the National Council, but does not indicate the number of representatives they should appoint to serve on these bodies. This amendment brings clarity to the number of representatives the external branches shall have on the National Executive Committee and National Council. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor of motion number 18, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes once again have it. Motion number 19, amend Articles 8 and 13, 11 of the Constitution to specifically provide that all former and current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the presidential primaries.
Chairman, the amendment seeks to extend the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion 20. Amend Articles 8 and 10(2)(f) of the Constitution to specifically provide that all current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the National Delegates Conference.
Previously, Chairman, only 12 executives of the external branches were allowed to vote at the National Delegates Conference. This amendment allows all of them to vote, promotes inclusivity and broader participation. The amendment is also in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor of motion number 20, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 21, amend Article 9 of the Constitution to include Regional Electoral Affairs Officer, Regional Research Officer. At this stage, note the decoupling of the two. Regional Legal Officer, Regional PWD Coordinator, and the Special Duties Officer as part of the Regional Executive Committee.
Chairman, this is in line with the proposed limited expansion of the Regional Executive Committee.
PWD, I explained early on, is persons with disability. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 22, amend Article 9(1) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Regional Executive Committee members to include constituency secretaries.
Constituency secretaries are responsible for all administrative matters at the constituency level, and it is only proper that they are a part of the regional executive committees. Chairman, this is highly recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 23 is a new provision, Article 9(1). Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to create a regional steering committee composed of the regional officers, chairman of the Regional Council of Elders, and regional parliamentary caucus chair.
The proposed amendment aligns with what pertains at the national level, where we have a national steering committee, which is the body in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party at the national level. The regional steering committee shall also be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the party at the regional level. The regional steering committee system shall facilitate decision-making at the regional level. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 24, amend Articles 9, 10, 2, and 13 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the regional and national TESCON coordinators and the TESCON president from each recognized tertiary institution in the country at the regional and national delegates conference, respectively.
Chairman, the regional TESCON coordinators are in charge of coordinating all the activities of TESCON in the various tertiary institutions within the region. It is only proper to grant them voting rights at conference, just like the executives whose activities they coordinate. The same principle applies to the national TESCON coordinators. The specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 25, amend Article 10(2) and 13(11) of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the TESCON president, and not a representative from TESCON, from each recognized tertiary institution at the regional and national delegates conference.
Chairman, the specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 26, Amend Article, this is a new provision, amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to include the consideration of position papers from sector committees of the party on key developments since the last National Delegates Conference at any current National Delegates Conference.
Chairman of Conference, the proposed amendment allows the National Delegates Conference to not only focus on speeches and election of national officers where necessary, but to also consider and debate reports submitted by the party's sector committees on key national issues and to pass appropriate resolutions on same. Highly recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 27. It is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to modify the composition of the sector committees under the National Executive Committee to include both members of Parliament and non-members of Parliament, as well as their functions.
This allows the party to marshal its available best brains to serve on the various sector committees, whether or not they are members of Parliament. Recommended.
Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 28. Amend Articles 1023E and 13 of the Constitution to make all members of the National Council of Elders delegates at the National Delegates Conference and the presidential primaries.
Chairman, considering the indispensable roles played by the National Council of Elders, they deserve more representation at the party's highest decision-making body. In any case, per Article 16, the membership of the National Council of Elders shall not exceed 30, out of which 15 are already members or delegates to the National Annual Delegates Conference. Motion number 28 is recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 29. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the National Council of Elders on the National Council from 1 to 5 members, including the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Chairman, the National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 30. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to provide for 4 additional standing committees and enable the National Council to create new standing committees as and when the Council deem fit. The new 4 standing committees shall be the Electoral Affairs Committee, Communications Committee, Political Strategy and Policy Committee, and Security and Intelligence Committee.
The proposed additional standing committees to be created are indispensable and crucial in supporting the National Council and, by extension, the entire party to function more effectively. The amendment also grants the National Council the mandate to create additional standing committees as and when necessary.
Delegates in favor of motion number 30, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 31. Amend Article 10(3)(a) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Finance Committee from 6 to 10 members, in addition to the National Treasurer.
Chairman, this amendment expands the composition of the Finance Committee in order to enhance the effectiveness of the committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 32. Amend Article 10(3)(2)(d) of the Constitution to expressly provide that chairpersons of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters shall have voting rights at the National Council and consequently vote in the presidential primaries.
Chairman, this amendment admits chairmen of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters into membership at the National Council with voting rights.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 33. Amend Article 10(3)(4) of the Constitution to include former majority and former minority leaders to the composition of the National Executive Committee and National Council.
The National Executive Committee stands to benefit immensely from the experiences of persons who have once led the party's parliamentary group as majority or minority leaders. This motion is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 34 is a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advisory committee to oversee the campaign team.
Chairman, this amendment deepens the collaboration between party and presidential candidates. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 35 is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party.
Chairman, the proposed amendment affirms the position of the national chairperson as the leader of the party at all material times. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 36. Amend Article 10(5) of the Constitution to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall chair the party's campaign advisory committee.
The national chairperson, as the leader of the party, should chair the party's campaign advisory committee to enhance collaborative work between the party and the campaign.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 37. Amend Article 10.4.2 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee from 1 to 3, comprising the leader and 2 others, one of whom shall be a woman.
My chairman, the parliamentary group is a critical organ of the party. It is the group that champions the party's policies and agenda in the legislative arm. The amendment seeks to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee. This is strongly recommended, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 38. Amend Articles 10.7.3 and 10.8 of the Constitution to provide that the National Treasurer shall report to the General Secretary.
Chairman, it is the view that the General Secretary, as the party's Chief Administrative Officer and the Chief Executive Officer of the party, who has superintendence over all officers except the National Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons, should exercise superintendence over the National Treasurer. The amendment aligns with the administrative structure of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 39. Amend Article 10.10 of the Constitution to remove the President from the composition of the National Steering Committee of the National Executive Committee.
The steering committee of the party is in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party and should comprise only the 10 elected officers, the presidential candidate, the parliamentary leader, and the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Delegates in favor of motion number 39, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 40. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to specifically include a provision that allows the Constituency Executive Committee to remove a polling station or electoral officer from office with the prior approval of the Regional Executive Committee upon receipt of a petition from a member.
Chairman, the current Constitution has no provision on how polling station and electoral area officers may be removed from office. This new provision clarifies this. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 41. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to include a provision requiring the need for the body to be constituted by the Executive Committee to recommend removal before the summoning of an extraordinary delegates conference for the purpose of removing an elected officer from office and for specific timelines for the removal process of such elected officer.
Chairman, this amendment brings clarity in the removal of officers and avoids the convening of an extraordinary delegates conference without recommendation from the body constituted by the Executive Committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 42. Amend Article 11.7 of the Constitution to explicitly provide guidelines and procedure for the removal from office of an appointed officer or executive to be done by the relevant executive committee with prior approval of the immediately higher executive committee.
This amendment, Chairman, clarifies the process for removal of appointed officers. Submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 43. That's a new provision. Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to contest to become a parliamentary candidate of the party in a constituency with a sitting member of parliament shall resign their positions at least 12 calendar months to the national general elections.
Chairman, this is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the position of parliamentary candidate. Recommended.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 44 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former members of Parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, former ministers, former deputy ministers who are card-bearing members of the party at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 45 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former constituency executives and former regional executives at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 46. Amend Article 13(1)(6) of the Constitution to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to become the presidential candidate of the party shall resign their positions at least 24 months to the national general elections.
This amendment, Chairman, is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the flag bearership slot.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 47. Amend Article 13(1)(9) of the Constitution to completely abolish and do away with the special electoral college and super delegates system.
Chairman, the special electoral college system, which was introduced in the 2009 constitutional amendments to shortlist aspiring presidential candidates, is believed to have outlived its usefulness. This is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 48. Amend Article 13(4) of the Constitution to provide for the election of a presidential candidate when the party is in government to a date not later than 18 months instead of 11 months before the national general elections.
Chairman, this amendment, if approved, will give the party's presidential candidate an extra 7 months to campaign before the general elections. Submitted.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 49. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 5 members of the Constituency Council of Elders and 10 members of the Regional Council of Elders at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional elders are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the elders is an omission which should be rectified. Respectfully submitted.
Motion number 50. Amend Article 13(11) of the Constitution to include 30 national patrons and all members of the National Council of Elders to be part of the presidential primaries.
The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. The national patrons also occupy an important position in the party structure. The expansion of their members in the presidential primaries is therefore appropriate. Respectfully recommended.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. 51. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 5 constituency patrons and 10 regional patrons at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional patrons are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the patrons is an omission which should be rectified.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 52. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 1 TESCOM patron from every recognized tertiary institution in the presidential primaries.
52, right?
52.
Chairman, this amendment allows for inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 53. Amend Article 15(3) of the Constitution to make all female delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Women Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations on the election of the National Women Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment, if approved by conference, will allow all female delegates, I repeat, all female delegates, to participate in the election of the National Women's Organizer.
recommended, Chairman. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 54. 54. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Permit me to read. Take the motion. Take the motion. Oh. Hello. Mama Kromiyadin. Kromiyadin. 54. Amend Article 15(4) of the Constitution by defining youth in the Constitution to refer to a member of the party who is not above the age of 35 years. My Chairman, the age limit for youth per all the international conventions and national laws shows that the highest age limit is 35. The UN puts the age bracket between 15 and 24 years, the WHO between 15 and 29, UNICEF between 15 and 24, the ILO between 15 and 24, the African Youth Charter between 15 and 35. In Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act, Act 939, defines a youth as a person between 15 and 35. My Chairman, views on this motion are very divided. Distinguished delegates of conference, those in favor of motion number 54, say aye. Those against, say no. I will take this vote again. I am going to take this vote again. I am taking this vote again. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Conference. The nays have it. Meaning we revert to the status quo, which puts the burden age of youth at not above the age of 40 years. 55. Amend Article 15(4) of the Constitution to make youth delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Youth Organizer. Chairman, the current regulations of the election of the National Youth Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment allows all youth delegates, I repeat, all youth delegates, to participate in the election of the National Youth Organizer. Submitted, Chairman. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Well, the ayes once again have it. Certainly, this is the last motion. 56. Amend Article 15(5)(de) and related provisions that refer to national coordinator at all relevant levels. To refer to the national coordinators as Nasara organizers.
Chairman, by the nature of their functions, Nasara coordinators should be referred to as Nasara organizers, just as is done with women and youth organizers.
Presiding Conference Chairman, General Secretary of this great party, before I draw down the curtain on this National Annual Delegates Conference, I'll read.
We didn't vote on this one.
Oh, sorry. Those in favor of motion number 56, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. I will now, for the benefit of conference, read the sunset clause, which is ordinarily referred to as the transitional provisions. And this has been drawn by the Constitution Amendment Committee in line with the existing practice. Whereas the National Council of the party has pursuant to Article 13(1) of the Constitution scheduled January 21, 2026 as the date to elect the party's 2028 presidential candidate. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day, the 19th day of July 20, amendment to expand the Electoral College for the election of the party's presidential candidate to include all all former members of parliament, all former parliamentary candidates, all card-bearing former ministers, all card-bearing former deputy ministers, all former regional executives, all former constituency executives, all former branch executives, all the members of the National Council of Elders, the members of the National Council of Patrons, regional and constituency patrons, regional and constituency elders, and TESCON coordinators. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day adopted a proposed amendment to expunge the Special Delegates Electoral College from the Constitution. The term of office holders in the party from polling station to the national level has not expired. I repeat, has not expired. Accordingly, the prospective members who are to be afforded the right to form part of the structured offices at various levels by elections shall have their rights held in abeyance until upon the expiration of the tenure of the incumbent office holders. Now, therefore, it is proposed that for the avoidance of doubt, for the avoidance of doubt, the effective dates for the new amendments relating to the additions to the polling station executives, electoral area executive committee, constituency executive committee, regional executive committee, and executive committee shall the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries. However, as adopted by the National Delegates Conference on this fateful day, and given the fact that the dates of the conduct of the presidential primaries have been set by the Constitution in accordance with the dictates of the Constitution, the provisions pursuant to the new amendments on presidential primaries, that is Article 13, particularly the expunging of the Special Electoral College and the expansion of the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to include former executives, former regional executives, former external branch executives, former members of parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former MMDECs, former card-bearing ministers and deputies, TESCON coordinators, party patrons and elders, shall it take effect immediately. Shall take effect immediately in order to give effect to the decision of the National Council and the National Delegates Conference in respect of the presidential primaries. This only seeks to bring clarity on the effect of the adoption of these amendments by conference on this day is hereby moved for the consideration of conference. At this stage, distinguished delegates, those in favor and all in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It is my desirable pleasure at this stage to say to conference that our duties as the Constitution Amendment Committee in respect of today's conference has come to a close. Nonetheless, it is instructive to notify all delegates that the preparatory work for the drafting of the new constitution or amended constitution pursuant to the adoption of these elaborate constitutional amendments would begin in due course. We thank you all for the support and cooperation afforded us. God bless all our distinguished delegates. God bless the great NPP party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. We shall always be bold to defend and resist the oppressor's rule. Thank you all very much.
The Director of Legal Affairs for the New Patriotic Party there on your screens, Frank Davis, just running us through some of the key provisions that members of the party have proposed. And finally, the delegates have spoken. Over 5,000 of them have today voted on 56 different motions. So far, we know that out of the 56 different motions, although there were some motions where we could hear the crowd cheering no, they have rejected just 2 of them, which is motion 17, article 730. That has been rejected, as well as motion 54, article 514, rejected as well. I have with me in the studio Musa Dankwa, as well as Dr. Asante. I just want to get their brief thoughts. We'll go into the key provisions in some of the motions they are making, but let's start with the key motions that have been rejected. Motion 17 and 54. I will run you through some of the key things in motion 17 as well as 54. Motion 17 says to amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that the Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area. And they say that this they were doing because the constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album and for organizing the polling station, hence the need to include them. But that was rejected by the delegates. I'll get your brief thoughts on this. I'll start with you, Dr. Asante.
You know, there is a high politics on this compilation of the register. It is key. I tell you, if you're a researcher, which Mr. Dankwa can bear me out, and you want that, you won't do any work. They play high politics with it. Because once statisticians get hold of that, and then you use that, that's what we use in research. So if people get that, but I tell you, you can apply, you can ask for it, you won't find that. You will not. I will not mention a name. Somebody wanted to engage me to do some research for him, and I said that, can you get me the album? I don't know whether the album will come tomorrow. Right. So
we're still expecting the album.
Other means. So it's a high politics of it. They don't want those who benefit from that will resist any attempt of changing the status quo so that it remains like that and that they use it. And I tell you, and that one, those who control the hierarchy of the party, they have this. So that's why it's problematic, and the people refuse that.
I'll come to Musa Dankwa, but I just want to get your thoughts on that motion 54 that was rejected as well, where they plan to amend the Constitution by defining the youth. And according to them, they wanted it to be in such a way that a youth in the party should not be above the age of 35. That was rejected outright by the delegates. So why is that a big problem for them?
Yeah, you realize that I believe that if you look at some of their leaders or some of the potential leaders, they fall in that bracket. So once you want to take it to another level, you may get them out of that. There's a certain, things are not done for fun, especially those delegates. They know really what they want. So the youth, that definition, it gets you up to what, 40,
35, they were 35. Proposing.
And they were proposing what, 40?
No, they were proposing that the limit should be 35, and this should be in line with the UN age bracket.
But the old one...
The old one was about 45.
Yes. See, they wanted to limit it to, a section of the people. Because 40, you are getting into... let me put it, that almost adult bracket.
Oh, you're still young at 40.
Yeah, but, they all these things, they have data.
Okay.
And they check who are those in this bracket. What are the potentials of these people? They do all manner of calculations. So that's my understanding.
I'll come to you for some of the key proposals they made and the ones the delegates have assented to. But let me come to Musa Dankwa. The two motions that have been rejected, your thoughts on that?
I share the same view as Doctor on the album and how it is compiled. It's quite interesting that when you are able to manipulate yourself and get the album in your hands and decide who gets into it, half the job is done in terms of winning the constituency level election. So it's closely guarded. It is very difficult to get hold of it. Very, very difficult. Even though it is there, we were lucky some time ago. We were able to get the NPP one, but the NDC one, never. We never set an eye on it. We've been looking for it, asking for it, never gotten it. So it's something that they really close guarded. They will not relinquish their control over that. It tells you what really happens at that level in terms of who gets onto the album. There's still a lot of work to be done in terms of transparency and how those things get done, but the mafia work really starts from there. In terms of the youth, look, the data shows that nearly 40% of voters are between 35 and 44 years of age. You are bringing this to 35, means you are cutting off a big chunk of the delegates from being classified as youth. In fact, the NPP delegates are much older than what they are setting up. So it means they're going to bring that age much lower, and there'll be a lot of cut-off people from the album. But what they are trying to do was to reflect the reality. In fact, if you look at Ghanaian voters, about 43% are between 18 and 34. So they are trying to draw the youth to realign itself with the register of voters, and they have refused. And that is something that I mentioned this morning. They should try as much as possible to realign the delegates to reflect the national structure. These guys have refused on the youth one.
And that's shocking. But there are other ones that they assented to. And let's look at motion 9, which is quite interesting to me, where they're proposing the amendments of Article 5792, 1073 of the Constitution. And that has already been assented to by the delegates. Now, this is to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, with the exception of the Deputy Director of Communication. That, they say, shall remain at post and shall be appointed. How would that change the dynamics of the party's communication strategy?
For me, that is a joke. Why joke? You are not going to elect somebody to be a communication officer. You need people with the quality, the skill, the wherewithal, and all that. Does it require election? Remember, election always come out with somebody in popularity. But the fact that I'm popular doesn't mean I'm competent or that I can communicate. For this one, you look for them, and then they do the work. There's no point of who elected. You can elect me, but I'm not a good communication officer. What about that? Is that what you want? I believe that one is a pure joke.
Musa, from where you sit, is it a joke, really?
I won't go
really,
that far.
Politics is all about communication.
Yes.
How you're able to get into the minds of the voters.
Yes.
And so the people want to have a say as to who speaks for them. Isn't that logical?
You see, if you are a party, it's a serious one in other places, everybody in the party needs to be kind of trained in communication. That's the first thing you have to do. Because sometimes you may not be a communicating officer, but you can go and miscommunicate. Now come back and backfire. Maybe what they want to do is to try and say, we shall elect you. Unless they set a minimum criteria, certain qualification that you must possess before you can contest for this position, then that could cure the problem. But to leave it very blank like that, then anybody else with no skills in communication could be elected, and that could be disaster.
Disaster, you say. And I'm looking at some other key amendments that have been made by the party. Provision number 35, and that's a new provision where the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party. I'll come to you, Dr. Asante, because this is like they're going back to history from as far back as 992 when we had B.D. Darocha in charge of the party, all the way to the time where we saw President Akufo-Addo, the former president, in charge of the party. How will this deal with this unity within the party? Will this actually fix the cracks in the party?
The cracks is a difficult one, but it can be surmounted. But I come back to what you are looking at. If you have a chairman who is strong, confident, bold, and can call a spade, look, it drives the party home. It makes the party attractive and very important. Because whoever you are, Darocha will speak to you if he needs to do that. You need a leader like that. NPP has been suffering these days because the leaders that they have in very recent time, especially in Nana's era, are people who could not tell Nana the truth and speak truth to power without fear or favor. Are you with me? A national chairman worth his salt should have that gravitas, that confidence, that courage to be able to what? Face the president. Mr. President, the engine that drives this government is the party. We from the party, we are saying this, and that is it. Look at it. Flip the coin back to NDC. General Mosquito can tell the president now anything you want to tell him and damn the consequence. Those people are missing in NPP. So with this, you are now going to what? come back to the old order, which has worked for them over the years. What they need to do, by extension, is that build people's capacity, look for people who are the real leaders to be able to be firm and all that.
And I was coming to that.
You saw people like what?
Who exactly is rightly fit to lead the NPP in a time like this?
The time
that can hold the same command as the likes of Darocha and the likes of even Peter Alajete. How can they get somebody like that based on the people we are seeing in the party, really?
Remember, NPP is a mass party. In Podcast, when we say mass party, it's a party that cuts across all religion, all sectors in the state. So they have resources. I have no doubt in my mind that there are thousands of people in there. Your duty is to look for them, hunt for them, and build their capacity and limit. But those who are present now, without fear of contradiction, I can mention somebody like Obribuahin.
Okay.
If he's made the chairman of the party, he will speak his mind and damn the consequence. Obribuahin is in there. There are a host of people like that.
I'm yet to see the host, really.
Yeah.
If you look at the party right now,
I don't know whether you've been following.
Who would command as much respect as the party had as far back as 1992, 1995?
Obribuahin does. He's in that mode. He speaks his mind, damn the consequence. It doesn't matter who is the recipient of that information. He goes ahead. So, and there are a lot of people. NPP, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, they have a lot of resources, a lot of them. Except that one of the things that push them away is elections. An election, there are a whole lot of manipulations and all those things. So some people are not interested in that and all that. But there are those ones who can go through election and face it and all that. But people like Obribuahin, I tell you, they are very, very strong.
I'll come to Mr. Dankwa just get his thoughts.
Not only that, but because we saw people like these people when they were in office. Let me just look at them.
Okay.
They had general secretaries like what? Dambuchi. Okay. Very strong. There are issues that I know that he asked the president, Mr. President, can we do this, that? Yes, Dambuchi. Yes. Now, he need to very, very strong leader. Sir John of blessed memory. He will speak his mind. Kwabre Japong, fantastic. Fantastic. Those days, these were general secretaries. They were very, very strong. You see, but when you lose them, then the focus and direction of governance is going to be affected. Because the party shepherds what? The government. All right. That's why they sit, the party chairman and general secretary, those guys sit in cabinet meeting. Because if you do well, it rubs off with the party. If you are not able to perform well, it undermines the party's fortunes and all that. So they are there. So once you have, it's unfortunate that in team, he was very strategic. But when he assumed power,
and when he was finally given the nod,
I realized
he was
that
unfortunately not well.
Yes, I didn't see much of him.
In terms of his health to take up that role.
And two, the general secretary too,
for the party
I didn't see that courage in him to be able to tell Nana a lot. Imagine, Darocha was the chair and Nana was in office. Darocha would speak his mind and he would call Nana to order when there is a need to say so.
And that's why I come to you, Musa Dankwa, because really, that's the conversation now. The party, we have seen them, they have decided that indeed, moving forward, that new provision, the national chairman, shall at all times lead the party. But looking at that provision and looking at the current crop of NPP leadership and even members, do we still have those individuals that can call the shots and make the delegates and even the grassroots listen?
I think there are a few of them still around. I don't want to mention names, but there are people in NPP now who can be chairman or chairman. Maybe some of them are rather seeking for different positions rather than the chairmanship. And I think that's where they should assess their strengths and say, look, am I good at being a chairman? Do I have a better chance of being a chairman than being a presidential candidate? Some of them, if they step back to that chairmanship, I think they'll do a very good job. Even the general secretary, they have to start looking at people who are very strong. And I think this amendment would make sure that the selection of these people in the future will have, they have to bear in mind that they could be electing somebody who will be required to stand up to the president in the future. And for that matter, look into the crowd and see which of these people can really stand his grounds against any future president. And that is the message probably they're trying to send today. It will enable them to sift through the crowd carefully to elect a chairman and then the general secretary.
And we're looking forward to how that will pan out. Let me just get your thoughts as well about this other provision that they amended today, which is motion 5. It says that let me start from the beginning. New provision amendment, Article 6 of the Constitution, to provide for an electoral area executive committee, structure made up to 5 members who shall be selected and elected, comprising of the electoral area chairperson, secretary, organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer. According to them, the current system requires limited expansion to allow for increased participation and support in the management of electoral areas. They go on to state that a 5-member committee enhances the operational capacity and ensures a more inclusive structure approach to supervising polling station activities. And that is key because elections are won at the polling station. Let me get your thoughts.
It's a wonderful provision, wonderful amendment that they did, in a sense that the people that they put them, that category of officers, are those ones you need. Electoral officer, research officer, and the rest of them. They are the eyes and noses of the constituency. So once you get them in there, you are good, you are home and dry. And because they represent everything in terms of research, they will be able to do their local research and share with the party the situation on the ground. The electoral officer is very much alive to the electoral processes and all that. And the other officers, who are they? Can you mention them?
Well, the other officers here, according to them, which is in motion 5, the electoral area chairperson, secretary, the organizer, the communications officer, the electoral affairs officer.
Yes.
All would be part of
the communication officer.
Yeah, exactly.
You see?
Which now would be elected.
Grassroots, right? Politics emanate from the grassroots. The election, noise about election, it comes from nothing but what? The constituency.
Exactly.
We elect the president at the constituency. The MPs at the constituency. So the constituency is the action spot. When policies are develop and order, who get it explained to their people there? Even though we know that that's the duty of an MP, is playing a representative role. But if you have a constituency electoral officer or communication officer, let's use the communication officer, who understands everything, he'll be able to articulate the position of the party at the grassroots very well. And so I believe that amendment is very fantastic. We expect parties to reason up and come out with things like this that will stand the test of time.
Will that stand the test of time, really, Musa Dankwa?
No, I think it's a brilliant step.
Okay.
And also to begin to reflect the national structure at the local level. And also, if you look at the numbers they're talking about, that is where most of the increment in the, electoral base come from. About 40% of the increase in the number come from this block, which means that they will be able to touch base very well with the people at the grassroots. I don't know what the electoral officer's role is in this. I don't know. I haven't seen the job description for me to see what they'll actually be doing.
And that is not even stated here, but then...
Oh, no, definitely. You see, whatever elections that you conduct, right, you should have your own officers who really understand the process and all that. Sometimes some of their meetings, voting takes place and all that. You don't call electoral commission in there. There are things that you do at the party level. Then if you want to do certain things at the national level, that's why electoral commission, comes in. So things that they do at the party level, that doesn't require electoral commission. These are the people who carry out the activities.
Let's see how that pans out.
I have not seen in these roles something that has been carved out for research at that grassroots level. And I don't know.
I thought I heard a name like a research officer in there.
Yes.
Or is one of the
I can see here the Electoral Area Commission chairperson, the secretary, the organizer, the communications officer, and the electoral affairs officer. Those are
there's one
maybe it could be at the regional.
There's one that they have put in electoral officer, a research officer.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen.
And I'm sure you're referring to motion 7.
Maybe.
Where it says this is a proposal to amend the Constitution to split and decouple the position of research and electoral affairs officer at the constituency, regional and national levels of the party.
Exactly.
The amendment brings the needed focus and attention to each of the two responsibilities.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, it is not every researcher who understands electoral matters and vice versa. Therefore, separating the positions and appointing people with the requisite expertise to occupy and work in those respective positions will all be beneficial to the party. That's the proposal you're referring to.
And that's another brilliant amendment that they did. Because you see, election, if you really want to understand it, all right, and you are building messages, we have national message, national level. You consider regional and you consider constituency, because they are constituency-specific issues that are different from what exists at national. My hometown, Ekropong, there's no Galamsey there, there's no river there, there's no big water there. So if we are talking about Galamsey there, it may be out of reach of a lot of people because they don't see the effect much. But go to Western region, you are in business. Go to Ashanti region, constituency-specific issues. There are places they grow cocoa and you will see, swollen shoot disease and all that. You go to certain places where cocoa do not grow, what do you expect? They have very little knowledge or interest in that. So constituency-specific issues. So if you have a researcher who understands the dynamics at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, then they help the national party to be able, they apprise them, they supply them with information from the grassroots, regional and national. So when they put it together, they're able to develop a whole message for the state. One at the national level, one at the regional level, one at the constituency level, so that you don't mix the information and all that. And that you are on the ground. It tells you that you are on the ground. Yes.
And let me come to motion 10, which has been amended. They amended Article 710, 797, 710 and 97 of the Constitution. And this, they're saying, is to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices. And the reason they're given is that party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, they should focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for others to compete and also be part of the process and occupy their positions in the party. Don't you foresee challenges with this provision, which has already been amended, Mr. Dankwa?
No, I mean, you can't be a Minister of Information and still be a national officer of the party. I think you're going to be very ineffective in both. And most often they neglect the party activities.
But it's working for the NDC. We have the likes of Tanko Computer, who is still director of ICT for the NDC. And now he's already in charge of GTech.
No, right? I think it is a timing differences.
Okay.
At the right time, he will put one of them down.
Oh, I see.
He will. Because look, and also the question is, what time is he going to use to do government work? And what time would he use to do party work? The two are different. You are paid by a taxpayer, right? So you should focus your time to do taxpayers' work, not party work. So I think because they've just come into government, I don't know the mechanism within the party constitution to allow a transition and then new people to take over. But I think eventually that will be settled. Okay. I don't know what time frame they're giving to this, whether you forfeit your role immediately. So there should be maybe, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't specify the timeline. But once you are appointed into government, you are to relinquish that position based on the proposal, which has already been amended.
And then what happens next? Do you do election to elect a new person? Unless it's appointed if it's an appointed position, then there's no issue. But if it's a position that is elected, then you must have to go back to the people and get a new person elected.
I see.
I think my perspective is that, one, it's a very good amendment. Why? Because you can't serve two masters at the same time. All right? You are working as a minister of state or holding governmental position.
Doc, stay with me. I want you to make that point. Let me just take you back to the grounds. My colleague Kenneth Jesse is interacting with Michael Quay and some of the key members of the NPP just to get their reactions after they were done amending some of the key motions that have come before them today. Let's cross over live.
Party should be consulted so that a date will be fixed to accommodate them so that they can be here in person. We're getting more reactions from the members of the New Patriotic Party here about what just took place. Please have a seat. Let's talk to you as well. Are you happy with the outcome of whatever happened here? Motions, 56 of them, 54 have been passed, 2 rejected. Are you satisfied? Are you happy?
Yes, I'm Honorable G.J. Kofichima, former DC for Senate. I'm actually happy because whatever being the case, you cannot have everything the way you want it. And the delegates are the decided. That is why it is brought for our decision. So once we have decided that this is what we want, that is the decision of the party, and we appreciate it. Yes.
So none of them surprised you?
No. None of them surprised me. We actually wanted these ones to remain so that it will broaden the base of the party, so that the party becomes strong. So we didn't want a decision where people say, oh, it is the elders who decided for the party. No, we actually decided. So this is what we want, and this is what we have agreed upon.
Not even the one they voted to exclude the president from the steering committee of the party. That one you're not surprised, because I've spoken to Michael Quay Jr. I've also spoken to Hackman Oswajiman. They are both in unison that shouldn't have happened. You don't agree with them?
No, I don't agree with them, because when you look at the situation, the steering committee, every aspect of time, any time, you're supposed to be with them. And when you become a president, you are now for the country. You will not have time enough to be attending those meetings. And when you are a member like president, and then you are not at the meeting, others members will feel that, oh, the president hasn't come. Tomorrow he will not be able to come. They will setting deals upon deals, and the president will not be available. But when it is left with the party people, they can have the decision and then get the president involved. This is the decision we have taken. As it is, or as it's made, anytime that decision is taken, it will be communicated to the president, and then you have his input. Or anytime that they will have a meeting, they will get him informed that this is the decision that they've taken, and then he will actually support it. So it's not a matter of bringing him there every day, every time. Yes.
You mentioned that the president becomes a president for the country, but he also, per your constitution, becomes the leader of the party. So you still don't think, even as a leader of the party, when he's president, he doesn't need to be in the know?
Yes, I'm not saying that it should be in the know.
Should it be part of the steering committee?
The steering committee is day-to-day affair. And then he will also have.
My colleague Kenneth Jesse just getting reactions of some of the delegates who have exercised their franchise today. And you were just making that point before we had to cross over.
2 masters at the same time. You are working at a party office and at the same time in government. No. Which one are you going to serve and serve better? And remember, government is what? The president or the leader is looking for resource. So divided attention. That is why when you separate and you concentrate on what you are doing. 2, if you look at the party things, not necessarily always the case that things that are of interest to party are what the nationals we are interested in. So we want you to what? Focus on national issues and leave party issues for people to handle. And it's also a way of grooming others to step into the shoes of others. Once you've gone up, the seat become vacant, others also grow into that and then build. Who knows? Those behind, you have a lot of fantastic guys who also get the energy and drive and step into your shoes and also build a party.
Now, wouldn't that be letting go of experienced hands, especially?
Nobody was born with experience. We learn from time.
Okay.
Yeah, and no party office. Sometimes when I hear those arguments, they say Parliament, a lot of experienced people are going. Nobody was born in Parliament. Nobody was born in anywhere. We go there, we learn, we socialize, we get the experience, and we become what? Attractive for us to be recruited for whatever position. Was I born a political scientist? I was born at the Kropong.
But then you have institutional memory as a result of your continuous practice over the years.
Yes.
And that's something that they may be letting go of. With this
no, at a point in time, society decides who lead them from time to time. It's not a function or design of any person. It's society.
You seem to agree. Why do you agree?
Look at Parliament. Sometimes you want experienced people that we the people said, look, enough of that. Come home. And your experience, we don't care a hoot about your experience there. We are going to put people there who will learn the ropes. Remember that in political parties, there's a socialization going on. They inculcate values, norms, and practices in you. You develop to become the best of yourself. D.H. Mensah and Co. were in the party, they've gone. But the party soldiers are on. It means the socialization that is in the party is active. So please, nobody can hold a position that you are indispensable. No. Mukwaya ni mukaba.
Musa, you agree?
No, I agree totally. Look, there's one thing that I have come to notice in this country, and the culture of not helping people to learn on the job. It's very, very, very common in this country. When people who are experienced are in the job, they feel threatened if they have to train a younger person to know what they are doing. Then they become they want to become indispensable. Once people are trained and brought up, they feel that they can be done away with. And that's the fear. So they want to be sure that they're the ones who only know what to do in this company.
Isn't that the beauty of specialization?
No, then be a consultant. Once you are in management.
Let me give you an example here.
Okay.
When I was student, Kwamina Dumo was my mate. He was working here. Look at it. Unfortunately, we've lost him. But he left here, went to BBC. But since then, Joy is moving on. You know, a lot of people have come here and gone. But the struggle continues. The work of journalism is here and going on from level to another level. It tells you that if you give it anybody opportunity and the right exposure and then the right materials to work with, I tell you, they'll move mountains.
Absolutely, I agree. And the culture is very bad. And look, if you are an experienced parliamentarian and lose your seat, you can still be called as a resource person to train other new MPs. So it doesn't end
Musa,
there.
let me come in at this point. Let me take you back to my colleague, Kenneth Jesse, on the grounds. He's engaging Hackman also. Let's listen into that conversation. We're back in the studio.
And let's speak to the chairman of the Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Hackman Owusu Ajiman. Always good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. You are part of the decision-making body of the New Patriotic Party. About two things were rejected. Two motions were rejected. Did it surprise you?
Well, both of them surprised me, yeah. Actually, we didn't get the full report until very late this morning. Otherwise, some of us would have objected already to those things. One about the presidents not being members of the steering committee. It's absolutely out of order. Because when you have a steering committee, the steering committee is charged with day-to-day running of the party. And for that matter, they should be there when issues are coming up. If major, important, urgent issues come up, how can you say that the president, who is de facto the leader of the party, will not be there? That was a complete mistake, quite. The other one about the age of, when youth organizer. No, not youth organizer. Our definition of youth goes to 40. There's nowhere in the world where youth is counted out to 40. I think about 35, thereabouts. But anyway, for now, they say it's 40, so we'll see how it goes. These two things, and they're quite a surprise to me. And with such a huge crowd, your voice cannot even be heard. So quite obviously, some of us had issues to raise and we couldn't raise that. But c'est la vie, that's life. And that's it. We go along with it. But I believe that the most important one to change urgently is the presidential participation in the Council of Elders. Yeah.
I mean, this whole conference, I mean, you're on a soul-searching healing process, the NPP, after that devastating defeat in 2024. Are you living here a happy man, thinking that perhaps the party is healing?
Yes, that's the first step, really, because most of for example, when we put in the constitution that if there are more than 5 candidates, we shall go for a special congress or that. That might have been a knee-jerk reaction. And now we found that that was a disadvantage, that we sort of hit ourselves and hurt ourselves. And at the end of the day, what we said about the others, why we're trying to sort of canvass for the elections of our candidate, was used against us. So I think we should have thought through that. We didn't. But we are humble enough to say that we made a mistake, so we take it out. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
We didn't see the physical presence of the two former vice presidents, two former presidents the NPP has produced, former presidents Kufuor and Akufo-Addo. Do you think that took anything away from this conference?
Well, they'd still have massive following. It would have been very exciting, but they left the jurisdiction before we decided that the National Council decided that we should have this Congress. So in a way, this Congress really is an emergency Congress, but we couldn't do it, and that's why it is. And it was quite unfortunate. We had them by Zoom, but I think when they were there, it would have been more exciting. The two of them, the two presidents we have had, and I'm sure it would have been okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is the chairman of the Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party and the former minister.
That's the chairman of the NPP. Actually Hackman Wusunajiman there, just speaking to my colleague Kenneth Jesse. He's raising some key concerns, which I was actually researching before we came back on. One of the key motions that has already been amended, and he's raising concerns about that. When it comes to the representation on the steering committee, he says here that he's objecting to the fact that the president will not be allowed to be a member of the steering committee. And this has already been amended and agreed on by the delegates. And according to him, it says that it is out of order, a complete mistake. Yes. And he says that he just received the document this morning, else as a key member of the NPP would have rejected that. That is already been amended. How do we reconcile this, really?
The issue is that when you look at the Council of the Elders, you read from their constitution, they are responsible for the smooth running of the affairs of the party on daily basis. So if you have the president leading there, then you have only one direction. They want to have that body separate from what government, so that the president, because if you have a president who is a constitutional dictator in there, will not listen to anybody, he controls the state at the governmental level, and comes to also control the party. But when we have this one running parallel, all right, somebody can call him to order. If the president, right, imagine you have a leader who is very strong, he will not listen to anybody, and he's the president. And he at the same time is the chair of this body we are talking about. You are not going to get criticisms, which are nothing but the oils that grease the wheels of governance, without which it grinds to a halt. You cannot govern without criticism. Who will offer the criticism? You can say something, and the president had taken political notice of you. You will never get appointment. You will never get anything that will improve your political fortune.
And that's one of the critics of the previous administration, where people felt that Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo was sort of a military leader when it comes to how he ran the affairs of the party and even the presidency. But this has already been amended. How do we even fix this? That's a concern he's raising. But he agrees with the rejected amendment that we discussed, which has to do with the age. Musa, just get your reaction to that.
Look, some of these amendments are informed by the experience of NPP in the last 8 years. And certainly they might have felt that Nana was too powerful, that they needed to have a bit of separation of power between the group and the presidency. And his involvement probably made people kind of coil in their shells without necessarily being able to speak. There are certain people, when they are present, everybody just keep quiet. I think they are trying to cure that. It's a good thing. We've had a very strong precedence in this country. Even our constitution is heavily executive, with the president having so much power. So this is the beginning to clip the wings of the president to make them a bit more less powerful than they have been.
And let me add to what Mr. Dankwa has said. You realize that we are worried as a society in the sense that our presidents have too much powers. So imagine he get more powers from the party. I tell you, he will take us on a ride, right? Because I have said, and I'll continue to say, that the framers of this constitution, they did a lot of work for us. But virtually, on the other side, they handed us over to what? A biblical sea monster. I mean, if you read political science, we call somebody the Leviathan, a biblical sea monster, somebody with too much powers that is very difficult to handle. The Leviathan in the person of what? Our president, all right? So you realize that he has so much power. But remember, one characteristic of power is what? The fact of what? Corruption. A power which is not checked is likely to be what? Abused and get corrupted.
And let's look at another key provision here that has been amended. Motion 13, which proposed amendment to Article 7, 22, 925, and 10.2 of the Constitution to provide the party some of the... We'll come back to that. Just hold our thoughts. Let me take you back to my colleague, Kenneth Jesse. He's engaging more members of the NPP. Joe Wise on your screens there. Let's cross over live.
Yes, I'm very satisfied with the outcome, but I'm even more satisfied with the enthusiasm of my party people, the enthusiasm with which they have participated in this conference, the enthusiasm with which young people volunteered to work for this program to come on. People call you from everywhere and said, I want to help you, I want to come, I want to work for the party. I'm so encouraged, and I wish to take advantage of your station to say thank you. Very big thank you to all the volunteers and all the other party workers. The team I work with are fantastic. We gave them various subcommittees, and each one of them, last night I spoke to each one of them before I left here. They said, we are on course. Structures have been put in place to ensure that we have a successful conference. I'm happy to report that finally we came out successful in all we planned.
Right after this conference, the feedback we're getting is that people say that they have an issue with the fact that the one which excludes the president from being a part of the steering committee was voted no, and then also the one which caps the age of a national youth organizer to 35 was also voted no. Do you share in their sentiments?
I offer no opinion. That is the decision of Congress, and I'm bound by it. Each one of us is bound by it. If there's a need to review it later, the womb of time has answers. So I'm satisfied with what has happened. I'm bound by every decision taken by Congress, and I'll work with it.
Do you think the one especially that borders on a future NPP president, there should have been more lobbying, like some of your people tell us?
Well, different people have different opinions, and on any situation you expect that we'll have different opinions. That particular clause is one of the clauses which had the highest proposals. Different people offered different kinds of proposals in respect of that particular clause. So whatever the committee came up with was a kind of horse trading. This one says it should be this, that one says let's see if we can marry them. So they came out with a motion that get the best out of the various proposals, and I'm happy with what Congress decided.
As the chairman of the planning committee, I want to ask you, why wasn't Presidents Akufo-Addo and J. Akufo not here?
Well, they had indicated to us that they had taken international trips earlier. And so they indicated that if it was possible, they would join us by Zoom. If not, they'll send their goodwill messages. I'm sure they send their messages, that's all. And looking at age, even me, I'm only 63, but health challenges don't give warning. So we should accept their position as they are.
Do you share in the sentiments of those that are saying that perhaps the date should have been pushed forward to favor their presence in this country, to at least grace this occasion?
Well, I was invited to the National Council meeting at which that matter was considered. The vast majority of the members didn't think that it was appropriate to reschedule. So the decision was, let's send a delegation to him to explain to him why we cannot reschedule the meeting. And I think that he has accepted that in good faith.
Critics have said that this particular conference subtly and unduly projected Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We know that he led your party into the 2024 elections, but people are saying that this also was a subtle projection of him to lead the party into the 2028 general elections. Is that the case?
I don't know. You have been here. Have you seen any such evidence? There's no such evidence. As for people's conjecture and their imaginations, you can't help it. People will continue to create imaginations, but we organizing the conference made sure that there's nothing here which shows that this conference gives a projection of one as against technically. He being the immediate part vice president, in the absence of the two former presidents, is he not the foremost person here? But we decided that we would not project his photos. That was to his disadvantage, wasn't it? But in order that nobody will get the opportunity to create the impression you're creating, we rather decided that let no such image of him be displayed here, so that everybody will feel confident that when it comes to the election, this conference does not play any role in it.
I'm not creating that impression. That is, we spoke to people, and those are sentiments that they shared with us.
But when people share sentiments which have no basis, I think it should be fair to draw their attention that, unfortunately, I am on the Congress. You are here. There's no such evidence here. So how people came to that conclusion can only come out of an imagination that is very fertile.
With over 5,000 people gathering from the New Patriotic Party here this afternoon, did you see some sort of healing process? Do you think the party is finally healing?
I think the enthusiasm which young men and women, adults and elders have participated in this conference is very, very encouraging. For me, that is the highest thing I take out of this conference. The spirit with which people are willing to commit and sacrifice for the party is amazing. And I'm very happy with what I've seen. And very clearly, the shock of the election, or the magnitude of the last election, we're getting over it, and I'm sure we will rebound very strongly.
Now, instead of every year, this conference will be done every 2 years, per what was adopted. In the next 2 years, when this conference is held, are there some motions that were accepted here that you wish would come up again and voted on again?
Me in person, I have no such wish or anything. I believe strongly that human beings are dynamic and circumstances change frequently. So if circumstances change and it requires that we may need to review any part of our constitution, why not? So there's no yes and no situation here. The circumstances and the situations will determine whether we may need to review any part of constitution in 2 years.
You mentioned that you saw young men and women very enthusiastic here. Is that to say that you are ready for power in 2028, looking at what happened?
We're ready for power even today. But you lost it. The people gave it to NDC for the next 4 years. So what we need to do is to mobilize, to demonstrate to people that we accept where we erred. We are remorseful for what we didn't do right, and to give them assurance that we pledge to do better. Public service is a difficult one. Very, very difficult, because you always have to keep the balance. People want more than you can afford. How do you share the resources even the mode in which you share it, they all will become issues of contention. But the temerity with which you serve people eventually is rewarding. So we'll be guided by what we did wrong in the past. And the sense of enthusiasm or the sense of gratitude they expect from the people who they have voted for.
You also indicated that the one that excludes the president from the steering committee, a lot of consultations were done on that particular one. Were a lot of consultations done on the other ones as well?
You see, we invited proposals, and a lot of people, large number of people brought proposals, a large number of them. So the report, which set out the different proposals, was 303. There are proposals from every corner of the country and abroad. Every chapter of the party, they reviewed and brought their proposals. So, and they covered every aspect of our constitution. What was eventually consolidated into these proposed amendments is the result of those proposals that were delivered by party members.
And then recently, there's been a trend where we hear, especially people who want to be flag bearers of this party, donate to the party, and it comes out in the public domain that this candidate has donated this amount of money, this candidate has donated this amount of money. Is that something that you are worried about?
I think the emphasis on money is not sufficiently good news for me. When it comes to serving the public, when it becomes obvious that the people seeking to serve have so much money to give, it may distort the values of the party. So I'm disappointed that we talk about who has contributed how much, because this party did not start yesterday. From 91 or thereabout, when the party was formed, people have contributed in various forms without naming, and there are still people contributing who do not mention how much they have contributed. So I truly wish that we will move away from announcing who has contributed what in future.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's the former Deputy Speaker of Parliament and also former MP for Bekwai constituency, Joseph Osei-Usu there. He was also the chairman of the planning committee of this particular conference, Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party. Now, right now, I've been joined also by former Education Minister and MP for Busumtwi, Dr. Osei Educhum. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. What's your overall assessment of what transpired about an hour ago?
This is very positive. There were no chaotic moments. Our party has come together. We've done what is right. The majority carried the vote.
Right.
Whatever majority has decided, we go with it. And we'll do whatever we have to do to rebrand ourselves in alignment with our values and to make sure we can create a more robust party.
There were two rejections. We know that you are a democratic party, but personally, do you side with those rejections that were rejected by the members of your party?
I will not disagree with the majority on these issues. Many things were approved by them. If they found wisdom in rejection of some of the motions, that is it.
Right, and then we saw your opponent, future opponent, if I should say, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, gracing the occasion. We spoke to one of your spokespersons. I asked him whether he feels that he was given an undue advantage because he's a former vice president. He was given the chance to speak here. We saw his posters amongst the dignitaries of the New Patriotic Party. As a future contender, do you feel like the former vice president was unduly projected ahead of the other candidates?
I'm on Joy News, one of the best networks anywhere in the world. He's not here. Am I getting undue advantage? No, I'm taking advantage of that opportunity you have extended to me. If he worked there, I'm here on Joy, having a conversation. You are just walking around. I'm here. My words carry more weight than whoever was given the opportunity to walk around the field.
I see. And then the recent trend of donations being in the public domain. We heard that you donated about 200,000 Ghana cedis to Nana Akua-Afrie. We've also been hearing donations to by other candidates. Is this something that is a worrying trend that you think should be addressed? It's like people are fighting that, okay, I want to be the flag bearer of the party, so I'm donating this. It's like you are now in a competition, not you. I mean, the aspiring flag bearers are now in a competition as to who is the highest bidder. Is this something that you should put a stop to, as some have said?
I'll tell you this. You donate, I donate. We all contest for the flag bearership. I'm not going to complain about it. Whatever people donate, I also donate. And then we'll move on. It's the sign of the times.
We're just about 6 months away to elect flag bearers, which you are a hopeful. What do you make about the date in January next year? Are you satisfied with it?
Let me tell you this. As a former Minister for Education who was literally in the public eye, I'm a bit well known around the country. You know, at the airport, somebody walk up to me and say, "Thank you for your service to Ghana." There was this man, I will never forget, he was traveling, he was leaning on his luggage, and he said, "Dr. Duchum, God bless you. Dr. Duchum, God bless you," 3 times. And I said, "What's going on?" He said, "God richly bless you," the 4th time. I get on the plane and somebody want to take a picture with me to go and show it to his mother. I get into various places on the street. People walk up to me and say, "Thank you for your service to Ghana."
Okay.
I went to a funeral in Dunkwa at the Methodist church, and the pastor said, "Dr. Duchum, we are happy you are here, even though this is not a happy moment. I want you to know that the work that you have done, this nation is grateful." I went to a funeral in Hueni Valley. The pastor said the same thing. Interestingly, the old ladies who come to me and say, "Yeah, Doctor, I'm out there and I'm here on your channel. People are recognizing me. 6 months, we're going to fight it out. Ghanaians are looking for something new." If you're a delegate, what I'm saying is this: you are not electing a flag bearer. You want to elect somebody who could potentially be the president of the republic.
So you have no issue with the top-bottom approach where you are electing a flag bearer first? You don't have any issue with that?
No, I have no time to complain. Whether it's from bottom up, top down.
You're ready?
I'm ready, and I'll win this nomination by the grace of God.
Let's talk about the expansion of the Electoral College. What's your view on that?
I believe that we need to be able to give every member a chance to vote in our primaries. But we need to have the right architecture. In the United States of America, when you are registering to vote, you indicate your party affiliation. So you indicate whether you are a Republican, you are a Democrat, or you are independent. For many years, if you declare that you are independent, you cannot go and vote in Democratic primary. You cannot vote in the Republican primary. These days, they are making some changes in some states. But essentially, if the Electoral Commission, there will be a law that says you need to allow every voter to designate their party. Then when you do one man or one woman, one vote, you can't have somebody who is an NDC sneaking to register as NPP and voting in your party.
Okay.
Especially in the urban areas. In the rural areas, everybody knows everybody. But when you come to Medina and somebody comes out to register as an MPP, you don't even know he has also registered as NDC. He will vote in MPP primary and select the candidate that he thinks can lose to NDC. So when you don't have the ecosystem in place, one man, one vote is difficult. Therefore, you may want to look at other ways of expanding the college without impairing the opportunity for your members to vote for a candidate that they want. So there's wisdom in expanding, but you have to do that carefully so that you don't create a situation where people are crossing over.
Okay.
And then voting for somebody that they want to select for you because they think that person will be easy to beat. So I can understand the frustration of those who says that let us wait and create the architecture first, a thorough voter, a party register, which is uncontestable. And under those circumstances, one woman, one vote, one man, one vote can become a reality for our party. I believe in expanding the base for more people to come to vote. But I also understand that if you are not careful, you hurt yourself.
Your former boss, President Akufo-Addo, under who you served as Deputy Education Minister and Substantive Education Minister subsequently, and former President John Kufuor, former Speaker of Parliament, Professor Michael Quaye, they were all not here. Do you think that takes anything away from this conference?
Oh, I know that there were circumstances that prevented their coming. And I heard a video clip that was played. I also have the Chief of Staff who came to speak on behalf of the President. I think the party did everything possible under the circumstances. Their absence is not good. We miss them. But they have to do this under some limited situations that prevented their presence here. And they were with us in spirit. And they were here with their speeches. And I think we've heard them loud and clear. And wherever they want the party to be, we'll make sure it becomes.
You say that you're confident of victory in January. By how many % are you winning this flag bearership race?
I will not give you a percent. I have not calculated the percent. I will not make any estimate here, projection here. I know I'm on Joy News. You are the ones who do fact check. So if I give you a percentage and after I win, I don't mean that. They will say, he said he was going to get 70%. I know Joy News. When I was a deputy minister, you were your studios were the place where I literally lived. so I won't project, but I will win.
Okay. All right. Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum is the former education minister. Thank you very much. He's also the MP for Boston. Thank you very much. And also an aspiring flag bearer. Kindly leave the microphone in the table for us. So he's been sharing what he thinks was the outcome of this particular delegates conference. He's happy with what has been decided here. He's confident of victory as well. So that's what he's been sharing with us. Earlier we spoke to former first deputy speaker of Parliament, Joseph Osei Owusu there, who happens to be the chairman of the planning committee of the delegates conference that ended about an hour and a half ago. He says he also has no issue with whatever came up there as a neutralist and as the chairman of this particular Congress or conference. We also spoke to Michael Quaye Jr., who is the NPP's 2024 Dome Kwabienya parliamentary candidate, also sharing a few words with us. He says that he has an issue with the president being excluded from the party's steering committee because the president effectively becomes the party's leader when he wins power. Of course, let's get more reaction here. And Doc, thank you very much for joining us this evening. You sat through the entire proceedings. Satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied. I've been here for the past 2 days because we set up the medical stance to make sure that nobody gets injured, anybody who gets injured or sick will be taken care of. But God being so good, we didn't have any untoward event and everything went smoothly. So we thank God for bringing this very important event to an end. And I think it has started the rebuilding. And I believe that this is the way to go. So once we have this done, it paves the way for us to move forward as a party. Rebuild, restructure to recapture.
You worked closely with the former president Nana Akufo-Addo, and he wasn't here. The former president John Kufuor wasn't here as well. Do you think their absence takes anything away from this?
No, it's a party. I mean, there were other elders who were also here, and they are aware what was happening here today. I'm sure they followed everything online, and that is the beauty of our party and democracy.
So do you think what you saw here showed a party united?
Let me tell you something. When I was coming this morning, from the traffic light, the main traffic light to this place, it took me about 45 minutes. So I look at the vehicles, the buses bringing people in. I look left, I look right, and I saw the colors, red, blue, white, and I became so happy. You know the reason why I'm saying this is that, you see, after December 7th election, we went through what is known as grieving phases.
Okay.
There's something that is called the Kubler-Ross grieving cycle. See, when we lost, it's like losing your dear one. First, you deny it. That can't be me. It's not possible. Then later on, you start thinking why it happened. That's the bargaining stage. Then a stage will come where you become very angry. So people became angry and start apportioning blame. This one did it, this one did it. That's the anger stage. And then you move to bargaining stage where maybe let's see what may happen the next time. And then the most important stage is move straight away to acceptance stage. That is what has been done. In the acceptance stage, you bring everybody together, you reunite them, you re-strategize, and then you move on. So I believe strongly that is the beginning of the unity. You saw all the potential aspirants. Now there's no aspirant, but there are people who have shown their face. And they were all here. I think everybody saw what happened here. There was nothing like people were joking together, laughing together, and all sorts of things, including the people who are supporting all these aspirants. So that is the beauty of democracy. That's the beauty of our democratic system and our values, core values of the New Patriotic Party. So I'm so much pleased. And I'm sure from today, from Monday, maybe next week going, all our offices from the polling station through the electoral areas, constituency, regional and national will be vibrant. And then the game has started.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we're still here on Joy News, having more conversations with the New Patriotic Party after the just concluded delegates conference here on Joy News. We've been speaking to a number of key figures of the opposition NPP. They believe that they are still healing. Others also believe that they've completely healed after this delegates conference. They say they projected unity. They've seen a projection of unity, not even the absence of the two former presidents, Akufo-Addo and Kufuor, will deter them. Let's get more reactions. And I've been joined by Dr. Abuaje Da Costa, the former NHIS boss. Thank you very much for joining us, special guest on this show. I mean, you're a medical doctor, but you're also a staunch member of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 10, how would you rate this conference?
Just some correction. I'm not a medical doctor, but I have medical background.
Exactly, yeah.
But I have a PhD. So, I mean, I must say it's about 9. We've done so well. If you look at the organization, it's been very spectacular. You saw the branding. Everything was on point. I mean, recognizing our past leaders and mixing it with our heroes. So, I mean, security was really good. I think we gave a lot of people water so that they are not dehydrated. I think it was good. I'm being honest. It's been well organized. We didn't see chaos, and to me, it's been a success. And I think it's a start of our rebuilding with our values. So I believe that we'll rebuild together, and we will instill our values in our members, which will then, obviously translate into the general population.
Right.
And I believe that if we are able to do it well, 2028, the Ghanaian people will give us their trust again.
Was there any motion that was rejected that surprised you? So far, we know that 2 were rejected. Please get the microphone to your mouth.
You see, I think I was surprised about the rejection of the 35 because, in international conventions, I think it's really 35. So I don't know what went into it that the members said no. But again, it's a collective decision. So what do we say?
The one with the president not being part of the steering committee, is that one?
Yeah, that one too is surprising. You see, the president is the leader of the party. So I would have thought that it would be good for the president to be part of the steering committee. But bear in mind, we also have a history. So if you look at Dubois actually became the de facto leader even after we lost the Kufuor became the leader of the party in terms of even when he lost in 90. Then also Kufuor, even when in government, he was people. So I think it is to cure the fact that there should be separation of powers.
Right.
That's what I think. So that if you're a party chairman, you focus on party stuff. Then the president will also focus on the governance of the people. So I think that's what is trying to cure. But I believe that shouldn't have been rejected. That should have been accepted in such a way that the president should be part of the steering committee. I don't see why the president shouldn't be part. But like I said, I think it's a collective decision. So let's see. Maybe in future we have the opportunity and deliberate again.
We saw the MC go over that again and again and again when the people said no. Others have raised concerns that there should have been enough lobbying, perhaps, to have taken that out. Do you share in their sentiment?
Like I said, yes, because my position is that the president at all times should be part of the steering committee. But again, a decision has been taken and it's been amended. So, there isn't.
Please get the microphone closer to your mouth.
There isn't much that we can do now, but maybe in future we can lobby for it to be back. But let's look at it. I think the people want separation of power. That's what I think. But again, yes. Let's see how it goes. We've just amended it, so maybe we can implement it and see the outcomes. Then maybe we can learn from it. But it's my opinion that the president should always be part of the steering committee.
The party is electing a flag bearer in January. That is 13 months after you lost the December polls. Are you one of those who share in the sentiment that it's a bit too soon?
I think that, I think it's innovative, even though some are not in agreement with it.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Even though some are not in agreement with it, I think it's innovative. And you, trust me, it will work for the NPP because, it will also curb the monetization of our internal election. Why? Once you elect the leader or the flag bearer, now anybody who comes after is coming to serve the party and the leader. You see, if we go for internal elections like the constituency, regional, and then people tend to invest in because they have interest. So collectively, if we now elect the leader, then it means that what the incentives for people to obviously pay their way out is actually gone. So for me, it's a good thing. The only thing is we just have to make sure that we educate the people more on why we're doing it, because I've heard a lot of people not happy with it. But again, if National Council takes a decision, obviously
it has to be accepted.
Exactly, and it's not also. It did not. It was. I think it was not part of the motions, but I think it was.
It was.
Okay, well, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It was not part of the motions, but I think it was something was said about
Yeah.
it, and the people said, So, to me, yes, let's accept what the National Council said, and let's try it. I mean, see, we always have to think outside the box.
Right.
We've always been doing it down-up approach. So let's see what happens.
A different thing.
Yeah. To me, I believe that if we do it well, it will help us.
Okay, yeah. Dr. Abuaji Da Costa there. Thank you very much. He's the former boss of the National Health Insurance Authority. So that's it. Those are the interviews we've been bringing you live from the Legon Sports Stadium, where the NPP just held its delegates conference there. We've been speaking to a number of people there, a number of bigwigs of the party who've been sharing what they think about this particular delegates.
My colleague Kenneth Jesse there, just engaging some key members of the NPP to get their reaction after the party today decided on what exactly they plan to do. Now, when we say we're your election headquarters, it's not just empty sloganeering. We mean business. We walk the talk. And that's why you heard Dr. Yawase Duchum, the former education minister, describe this as one of the biggest platforms in Ghana. I dare say not one of the biggest platforms, the biggest platforms. So I will be handing over the baton to my colleague Evan Spencer shortly as we wrap up the conversation in the studio. Let me just pick the brief reaction of Musa Dankwa and Dr. Sa Asante. 2 minutes each. Just want to get your thoughts now that the party has amended that provision that allows indeed for the voters registered to be expanded. Your final thoughts on how this would actually deal with the issue of vote buying. Will it cure that problem indeed?
To some extent, it's going to do something, but I would have wished that you give every card-bearing member the opportunity to be a member of the Electoral College.
Okay.
Then you are serious about curing that mischief where people bribe people, where people, induce people and the rest of them. Yes, once you do that, it will save the party. But those who want positions within the party are very much interested in maintaining the status quo because they induce people and all that. So fighting it is going to take some time, but who knows? They may be there one day.
But Musa, you do a lot of data collection. This would then mean you have to spend more if you're vying for any position. Isn't that the case?
Unless you expand it to the extent that it becomes absolutely impossible to bribe a lot of them, then you succeed. What we have seen is a good step, but it means your cost may have gone up by 40%.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much for your time here on the Joy News channel. I'm handing over to Evan Spencer. Dr. Sa Asante would be going with me, but I'll leave Musa Dankwa here with Evan Spencer. Thank you so much for your time. Evans, over to you.
Fosi, thank you very much. And Musa Dankwa will stay with us, and we'll be joined by Professor H.S. Kanku. My colleague Winston will also join me. There are some big decisions that the NPP had taken tonight, and we'll talk about the expansion, but it's also the scrapping of the special delegates that will always assemble to shortlist 5. We call the super delegates. They scrapped it. But also we know tonight that the national chairman will now be the leader of the party at all times, whether it is in opposition or in power. That's something we'll look at. They've also tonight also adopted a resolution, and it's now going to be written into the constitution, that if you are a minister or holding any position in government and you plan to run for the president, you have to resign at least 24 months before the elections. That's another big one. They also have decided tonight at the National Delegates Conference that individuals cannot hold 2 positions in party and in government, and that if you hold a party position and you get appointed into government, you must resign your position in the party. And again, that has been adopted today. So there are big decisions that the NDC, the NPP have taken tonight that obviously they believe will chart a course towards recapturing power in 2028. Is that really the case? We're going to be examining some of the other clauses that have now been adopted and trying to measure it against what the expectations were going to this. Are these drastic enough to fix the cracks in the party, to lay the foundations to recapture power? My guest will take a seat and then we'll analyze that. But one of the most, compelling speeches we had today was from the minority leader. And I'm going to get you to listen to a bit of that, where he really calls out the party, he diagnosed the problem, but also charged them to unite, and that it cannot be individualism heading into the 2028 elections. That is Alexander Afenyo-Markin.
witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking our differences. It means confronting them with maturity. It means refusing to let factions become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the NPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united and committed to the values and ideologies of our party. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold governments accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that we remain the better alternative. We believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you, the Ghanaian, are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The NPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes, but we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party.
And thank you for staying with us throughout the day. This is our wrap-up, and we're going to get in some reactions, some of the key decisions taken by the NPP today at this National Delegates Conference. I know a lot has been said about the expansion of its delegates list, and it will take effect. The first time this huge delegates list will get to decide for the party will be at this presidential primaries next year, end of month, January 2026. But that isn't the only change that was made today. In fact, I listened to Kojo Ponkrumah make the point that they have increased the delegates list by more than 40%, I believe he says. And what they've done is that at various structures, at various levels of the party, they expanded all of it, from polling stations to national executives to even former members of parliament and parliamentary candidates can all now vote in their primaries. And also, I believe, when it comes to the election of national executives. So that is the big headline from the National Delegates Conference tonight. Another big headline tonight is that they have scrapped the Super Delegates Congress. That is a special electoral college that they constitute to shortlist the presidential hopefuls in cases where they have more than 5 of them running for that particular slot. And that was based on the 2007 incident at the University of Ghana, where a huge number of aspirants led to very acrimonious Congress. And they decided then at the time, post that, to reform that constitution and introduce a clause. What they've done tonight is to go back to what used to be. And we'll analyze that for you tonight and get reactions to that. But the other very important decisions also. One of them that will generate a fair bit of controversy is a decision tonight that the NPP is going to be doing what the NDC have been doing for quite some time now, which is the communication director's position will now be an elected one. You know, the NDC did that with the National Communications Officer when Sami Jemfi was elected. The NPP from now henceforth will have that position elected, and the position, the formal designation will be the communications director. He will be elected now. He has a campaign just like all the other national executives and be elected. His deputy will still be appointed. That's another key decision from the conference tonight. And also we know that they also now have passed a resolution which will be written into their constitution to prevent party officers from holding dual positions, dual as in the party position and the government position. So immediately you are appointed into government. If you're holding any of the party positions, you must resign the party position and go and serve and focus on your government position. We've seen that become very controversial in both parties indeed. But the NPP has taken the first bold step of writing it into their constitution tonight. So that decision has been taken by the delegates at this meeting. And another one that is interesting, we talked about it when we started in the morning, myself and Winston, who leads the party and when. It has always been an issue. They resolved it now. Without a shadow of doubt, they write it into their constitution to say that the national chairperson is the leader of the party at all times, whether they are in opposition or they are in government. He is the leader of the party. And I'll get my panel to weigh in on that too. So that is resolved tonight. And then, again, drawing from the history of the NPP, when they're in government and people want to run for the president as on the ticket of the party, we've seen what tends to happen. There is a lot of acrimony. The party has now written it into their constitution that if you are holding on to any appointed position in government, when a party is in government, you must resign that position. Either you're a minister, DC, whatever it is, you must resign that position at least 24 clear months before the next elections. You must resign. And that is clarity that the party, again, has decided to write into their constitution. So basically, those are the major highlights from today's National Delegates Conference. And my guests are joining me in the next hour. We'll unpack a fair bit of this. And I want to start with you, Winston. And I know let's spend a few minutes on this expansion, because that is being spoken about quite extensively. They've decided now to do exactly what we thought will happen, but does this guarantee better outcomes for the NPP going into the 2028 elections?
Well, I mean, when we showed up in the morning, I told you that the challenge with going all party or card-bearing members is that the NPP would have learned lessons from, the NDC, beg your pardon, even though there are those who made the point that, look, if you want to say all card-bearing members should vote, you should actually indicate by what time you can, you end registration. So if you're not a card-bearing member, say by now, you cannot vote in the presidential elections. And that was the plan, to make sure that you don't experience what the NDC experienced, where some few people showed up and gathered in their rooms and registered a lot of people to go and vote. But of course, the challenge also is that, the monetization of our politics, some believe, would never leave us. And so the fear is that if you say all should vote, all may still demand money. And that becomes a problem. So why don't you go with it? Now, this is the, where I come from. First of all, the people within the NPP who felt that, and you've had members of parliament who lost their elections indicating that when they went into the polls, people told them that, oh, the people that you shared TVs and cash to, go and look for them to come and campaign for you because we didn't get anything from you. The belief is that now if you expand and you have more people, at least you have more people showing up to campaign for you. Evans, I think that we have reached a position as a country where card-bearing members of political parties should be given the chance to vote. Okay? However, in order to be considered to vote, there should always be a cutoff point where it says, if you don't have a party card, if you have not been paying your dues for, say, 3, 4, 5 years, you don't qualify. That would make sure that everybody will go out. So then you would have the true person. But you see, again, and we'll get to the scrapping of the electoral college. Most of the time, we wrongly diagnose problems. And so the initial conversation was, oh, the NDC did it didn't work. Nobody actually went into it to say, why didn't the NDC system work? Because even close to the elections, the NDC was still registering people. And people were complaining that they couldn't be registered, but they were still continuing. So I would have felt that the NPP would have taken that route. Because look, long before the NDC went that route, Jacob Echebilamte had indicated that the NPP had expanded its electoral college and would be the first to actually think of having every card-bearing member of the party vote. That unfortunately didn't happen. The NDC tried it in 2015 and they scrapped it in 2017. And so the NPP has done that. That notwithstanding, you have more people who vote. They call it the limited expansion. But I tell you what, Evans, that does not actually deal with the monetization problem. It will be with the...
Kujopo Nkrumah, who is a member of the committee that put this together, I aggregated the proposals, made the point that their ultimate objective is to get to a point where they'll have one party member, one person, one vote across the party if you are in good standing, right? So he's clearly set the ultimate goal, but he says that they are not in a position yet logistically to make that happen for now. They may get there. Musa Dankwa, you obviously have been doing a lot of work in talking to NPP supporters as part of your polling for various reasons. Do you get a sense that it's something that those who are sympathetic to the party, not necessarily delegates or holding polling positions, etc., would want to have a say in deciding who leads the party?
I don't want to speculate because we have not done specific poll on that issue. But any person who is a true lover of a party would like to have a say in who the party elects. I don't think that they will say they won't take part. But probably what may be a bit of challenge will be the financial commitment they may have to make in order to qualify them to vote. And that's where you see those who are genuinely party loyalists. They would commit resources in order to get a party in the position where they want to see it. But I believe that, as Winston said, look, I believe if you expand the electoral college to include card-bearing members in good standing with a cut-off period, then you address the problem the NDC faced during their time. We should get to a point where we have this. Now, when you do have this, you tend to broaden the people who select the flag bearer. And that tends to reflect the actual demography of the people who would eventually make decisions in the end. The smaller the group, the more dispersed the views of the wider public is with the clique.
It's just like any research sampling, right? It has to be representative of the population.
Absolutely.
So the bigger it is, the closer it gets to representing what will happen in the national election.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you see, in certain regions, for example, where a region is a swing region, you may say that, I don't know whether Dr. Sasante was saying earlier on, like they do in the United States, where it's a swing state, you allow independent people to also vote.
Well, the U.S.
election, yeah.
So if it's a swing region, then independent voters can say, okay, let's allow them because they can tell us how to vote in the end.
Yeah.
But in the regions where it is clear blue and clear green, It's your party guys who should normally be. So we could try something, and in the end, have a refined solution that will suit our needs.
Exactly. In Ghana, the independents will be very, very difficult to fish them. Although I see in your polling, you still have in the independents.
Yeah, they are floating voters. Look, people are very frank. You see, a lot has changed in the way we see elections in this country. In the past, it was difficult to ask someone which party you belong to or you vote for. They don't tell you. Now, openly, they tell you. It's much easier. And those who say, I won't tell you, that number is shrinking.
I mean, Prof, what do you stand on this expansion?
Well, I think that as our democracy begins to evolve and we get advanced in our democracy, it is important that we also have procedures, processes, and changes that reflect this advancement of the democracy. The political parties are foundational or fundamental to the success of our democracy. And in as much as the more intra-party democratic politics that is available in the political parties, or the more there is democracy, internal democracy in our political parties, the better for the success of our democracy. And so, I mean, the most purest form of a democracy that you would expect is the one that reflects the original ideals of democracy, which is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, or the Athenian version of democracy where everybody meets in the city center. When democracy started in the Greco-Roman system, where everybody within the polity was involved in the making of decisions, or his views were heard in the making of decisions or in the selection of leaders. And so the more it tilts towards that purest system, the better for us. And so, I mean, there are so many advantages in making sure that the kind of democracy we have, the kind of decisions we have, the kind of leaders that we have are a reflection to a larger extent or as much as possible of the will of the people on the ground. And so any effort that, I mean, it promotes that should be welcome. At the end of the day, it is advantageous for the political parties themselves, because when these foundational measures are taken, you are sure that some of the most fundamental aspects of democracy are fulfilled. When party leaders or people who put themselves up for election have, whether executives or whatever, have to go and appeal to a wider swath of the people in the party or the grassroots, it has a lot of advantages. It enables them, the accountability measures are great. It enables them to hear from the people on the ground. The assessment and the review of their performance is more expanded. And it helps a lot more voices to be held, to be heard in terms of representation. But it also makes sure that the people who are elected are a reflection of those on the ground. And the advantage is that when this is extended to the presidentials or to national elections, the people that they present at the national level would be as close as possible to the will of the people or winning national elections, because sometimes you find people who are good for a political party or who are good for internal party mechanisms but may not be that great when it comes to the national level. Yeah. So I think that the more some of these measures are put in place, the better for the parties themselves as it fulfills that representational element or principle of selection when it comes to politics.
And closely linked to that is a decision they've taken tonight to abolish the special electoral college, what we call the super delegates. And Musa Dankwa, you have done polling about the most likely aspirants, if you like, for the party. At the last count, how many do you have? Because Kwabena Japan, you have Kennedy Japan, you have Bawumia, you have the Duchum,
Brian Champon.
You have Brian Champon. Is a Dynamo in there?
A Dynamo is still in there.
So that's 6.
And then we haven't heard from him yet, Patrick Boama.
Okay, he's also been speaking, but he hasn't confirmed. So far, at least we have 6.
Yeah.
If we cross 5, then the special electoral college would have been activated to now vote and shrink that number down. But on the back of what has happened today, that is no more.
Yeah.
Consider you've been polling on that. I mean, is this a good move?
I think it's a good move. It takes the notion away from the notion that, the elite, the cream of the cream, will go and pick few people they are quite jelly with, and the rest will not make it through. I think it's a very good move. it's very fair and very democratic in this sense. And I think they would allow, or they will bring in a runoff in a case where there is no outright winner. So that solved those issues. I believe that thing was in the bad taste.
I mean, Winston, you were in Legon in 2007 when...
I was at the Trade Fair Center in 2009, rather.
No, I'm actually talking about the reason why we had 2009.
I wasn't there, but
you weren't there. Okay, I was there. And on the back of that election, the troubles that we all saw the party now go to try and mend the cracks. Then came 2009 when they did this change to try and solve the problem. So you don't want all these, you have to open the floodgates, like 1,000 people go and run for the president. So shrink it. So they came up with this very creative way of doing it. Today, they said they're going back to it. Is that a good thing?
You know why, first of all, the problem was wrongly diagnosed? I'll tell you. By 2009, the party had actually decentralized and so had actually cancelled that Legon system. You weren't going to have the party gather at one place again because from 2010, the party was voting in the constituencies. So you didn't have the situation where you had 17 people in one room trying to speak to delegates and resulting in a fight, as happened in 2007.
Yeah.
And that's why I say that, that whole thing was wrongly diagnosed. The other point is that to say, because there are a lot of people, there'll be no unity. Okay, let's say 10 people decide to contest, like that it happened in the last primary. Now, you bring in constituency chairman and regional executive committee members and others to vote and reduce the number to 5. Now, before it gets to the 5, what would they be doing? Are they not campaigning? They're going around campaigning. So the very things you are trying to prevent will still be there. Okay? Part of the problem in 2007, 2008, 2009. Now, it was a period where the NPP had a feeling that they were doing very well. So many people felt that if I could win the party's flag bearership, I was going to be president. And you saw it. And I almost crossed it. So a lot of people showed up wanting to be president. And at every point in time in an election, there are people who would show up wanting to be president, not because they believe they would win, but because they believe that they have ambition, and so may nurse it. What can happen in that situation is that it's either you nurse your ambition or you kill your ambition. So depending on how you run your campaign and the circumstances around the election, you either would nurse or you will kill your ambition and you can never show up again. My point is that they got it wrong in 2009, and it's good that today they've realized. Because no matter what you do, and see, part of even the problem is that the special delegates conference, okay, where there are a lot of machinations in place to actually send a signal, has created problems in the past even for the party. So all the party can do is go ahead, go and contest. And then if you win, fine. If you don't, you come back. I mean, in other jurisdictions, you've seen 17 people contesting. It doesn't mean that there's a problem.
I mean, but the flip side, Prof, is that the last time this was the Eustace was the last in 2023 when they had 10 people, right? Then they shortlisted to 5. A lot of them come to waste everybody's time, and then you put them all. They'll campaign. You go to this, national primary elections. And the party spends quite a bit of money. The party believes is less fractured. So just save the men from the boys.
Right.
And let the real contenders, those who really, if they win, can help the party possibly either retain power or recapture it, be the only ones who really get the considered by the bigger delegates. What they've done now is to go back. Right, that leaves, who knows, they may probably have 20 people.
Right.
Because people feel it's an opportunity that because of how bad the defeat was, there is a target on the back of Bawumia, obviously, because people see he's a outright favorite because he's the most marketed. This may invite a lot more people into the race. The NDC actually had a case where this gentleman joined who people actually accused at one point being wasn't mentally sound, right? So this was a mechanism to sift.
Right.
They're taking that away. Are they exposing themselves to the law of unintended consequences?
Well, thank you very much, Evans. I don't think so. I've long disagreed with the whole electoral college thing for different reasons, although I understand what Winston is saying. When that thing came up in the first place, I found it as very limiting, very constricting, because you cannot artificially control the process. In the US, Democrats have 10, 12 people contesting. The heavens don't fall down. The last time Republicans, they had about 17 people. Nothing happened. They went through the process. The idea is that in a democracy, you don't constrict, you rather expand. You rather allow more people to take part, as many people as possible to take part in the process. Those whole arguments are about it being a beauty pageant, that it was going to lead to division, that it was going to expose the party, and that just anybody at all can take part in it. That is going to happen anyway. Even if there were just 5 people contesting, those divisions, those attacks, those jabs, that fear, that visceral fear that, we know it down, otherwise people are going to tear each other apart and the party is there'll be nothing. It's going to happen anyway, even if there were just 2 people contesting, because those factionalisms are always there. So, I mean, it was not a popular opinion at the time. I think I even wrote about it. It was not a popular opinion at the time. But, well, fast forward, I mean, they've had to go back again. And I think it's good, because you do not want in a democracy to give a certain idea that there are certain elite, selected, special people in a certain back room, smoke-filled room, cutting deals.
They're special. Even the name is implied.
Exactly.
Special delegates. Special than the rest of the party.
Can you imagine? Even the name signifies that. And that is not a single signal you want to show in a democracy as much as possible. So it's good that they've expanded it. Let whoever wants to do that come and prove themselves. It gives wider participation. The grassroots are able to have that feeling of belonging. You see, one of the things that does not bother well for a party, and when these things happen, sometimes since 2012, I've actually gone to the ground and done snap interviews sometimes, right from 2012, the NDC rally here at Obrasport, NPP Congress, we do snap elections and polls. One of the major problems that we found in our research today was that one of the biggest problems that the NPP is facing is that disconnection between the elite at the top and then the people at the ground, right? And I know he's laughing because the polls have shown that. So if to merge, like there's a certain palpable disconnect. Yes, between them at the top and the grassroots. So to alienate that or to solve that, you shouldn't, the tone, the signal that you give should as much as possible obliterate that kind of feeling. And so the more the people feel that they own the party, the more they feel that they've made a decision, the more they feel that they own the process, whether it's direct or indirect, in any way possible, the more they have that feeling, the more they are likely to be committed, the more they are likely to be less apathetic, because the second problem we found today in the research was not the grab, but the apathy. If they feel that, hey, you know what, this does not reflect our view, some people want to sit somewhere, they're going to sit back. And that is one of the problems that they faced. So I think that this is good, not just for the party, but for democracy. And it helps other people the more you go out there. I've covered primary elections and party conventions, both in Ghana and in the United States, spanning a large period. Last year, I was in Boston doing the same thing. The more you advertise your party, the more you advertise your candidates, the more you advertise the issues, the more you give the opportunity for debate, the more you give the opportunity for contribution, contestations, and all of that, the more people feel a part of the process, and they feel a part of the democracy, and the more they are invested in it. And the more it pushes us as closer to the idea of representative democracy in its most purest form. So I think this changes pushes us as close as possible to that. And if we want to remain the exemplary democracy that we think we are, those reforms need to start at the party level.
Okay, Winston.
Look, I even think that if the NPP wants to, sieve the numbers, if I could put it that way, they can go the US way. Start regional elections, as in, go. Look, if you go and you get
X percentage,
well, you get out. Nobody will force you. So sometimes, and I think that political parties should start that. Okay, let's run the presidential campaign this way. We'll start it between, say, in the next 2 months, for instance, maybe 2 months. In 2 months, we'll do it. Masa, if you go to a region and somebody is getting 50% and you're getting 1%, nobody would advise you to step down. The people who will start stepping down, and it will get to a point where the party could be left just 2. And that actually saves you, all that you seek to do. So instead of saying, oh, there's a problem, I think it's about time the political parties considered this. I like the US system, you start and realize that I'm fat. Then you step down. You step down because you realize you're not going to win. That's the way to go about it. If you want to reduce the numbers, go about it that way. What that actually does is that it gives your party a chance to connect to its base, because the whole party machinery is going to be in the region. They'll be campaigning in the region. And once they campaign, all the bigwigs are there for the period. The debates will be held in the region. People can ask them questions. The television stations will broadcast it. It actually, puts the spotlight on the political party.
In other words, you're going to have 16 elections.
Yes.
But
democracy is cheap.
But I know, but that is going to sort of widen a problem that we're trying to shrink, which is extended campaign period, more money spent as a result of that, because eventually you will have your convention.
No, listen.
Which is equivalent to your central location for election.
That is where you say that in order to be a decision maker, you should be a party member in good standing. The party members in good standing would have been paying there's a cutoff point if you're not registered by that time.
But that is not addressing the concern, which will be you're going to have a longer campaign period. You're going to have more money spent at the time when we're trying to reduce the influence of money in our politics. People are going to spend a lot of money.
Listen.
On the regional basis.
No, you wouldn't spend a lot of money. In fact, what you would do is that once it is clear you're winning, you'd have more donors. You even have more donors. Why? Our political party laws are very simple. People can donate to you. Make that very clear that I got money from here and here. You go and declare. The point is that if we do that as a country, what you would see is that, so the NPP wants to elect their flag bearer on the 31st of January. What the party could do is to say, if they had adopted that, is to say, we go for the first regional election in November. You go for the first one in November. Or maybe you decide you want to do 2 at a time, 2 regions at a time. My brother, I tell you one thing. The moment after the first regional election, a lot of people will drop up. Because then the field becomes clear.
Yeah, this is Ghana, though. People will still stay in the race even when they're getting...
Oh, they become irrelevant.
There are people who we know will pick up forms to run in the primaries who have been running for the last 3 primaries and are getting less than 1%, and they're still going to run. This is Ghana. I know you support that point. Support
it's a novelty that we shouldn't close the door on any option we can experiment with. But I think, you see, some of the contestants have no idea what they will get in the election.
Exactly.
Someone like Adainimo knows.
Those are notorious serial contestants.
Exactly. Now, someone like that will not drop out because he got 1% in the regional election.
Others who may have a different perception of what they think they might perform, and that they would spend hugely thinking that they would do well, only to flop. And that would be a huge investment lost. Once you adopt this approach, they can begin to assess their investment, whether it's worth putting more money or cut their losses. And this opportunity is not given to you when everybody is gathered in one place, in one big bang event, and then realize that, hey, I'm fat. Then you have lost money. And they will finish you quarter in terms of financing. By the time you realize you will never be able to recover as a politician. So look, we should not discount any option. We should be able to refine and see what can best work for us in terms of even the duration. You're saying that we'll be in perpetual campaign season. You could just shrink it to maybe four months. And in 4 months, we do 4 regions here, 4 regions, 4 regions, 4, we are done. Yeah. We could even turn that into, let's say, electoral college system. If you win the northern region, it has so many electoral votes based on people who vote there. You can do that system, and then you've won here. Okay, this is the number that you have. And by the time we get to the third, you realize that you are out of the race because the numbers you have gotten will not be sufficient for you to go anywhere. And then people begin to kind of coalesce around the eventual winner much earlier through the process.
Yeah, you agree with this? Because you understand the US system very well. You've written books about it. Would it work in the Ghanaian context?
Well, I mean, in as much as I understand the importance or the advantages, pushing us as closely as possible to a very pure democracy, there are certain challenges with it. Because the thing is, the start is there, and we saw the NDC do that. Eventually they reverted back. They did to our delegate system. Where, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, they reverted back. So, I mean, in as much as we want to push ourselves,
but they didn't try, it as in. I mean, starting from region.
Oh no, I just mean the general one. The general one.
Because but you see, Prof, the point I was making earlier about the general one, and that's why I bring in good standing.
Right.
Because in the NDC's case, we all saw how it happened. And I mean, we were all reporting at the time, and consistently we heard NDC members saying, we can't even get the party forms. So somebody brings the party forms and goes to stay in his room.
Yes.
And is sharing it. Now, what that does is that it actually gets the base angry because they can't get the party form. And I have made the point here, Evans, I made the point in the morning. I met somebody who's an NPP delegate. I asked her, how did you become a delegate? Oh, Name Papaya chairman in George meeting. Watch this. There are people who are delegates, and Musa Danko, you know this.
We know.
There are people who are delegates of the NPP who were not voted for at the polling station. What happens is that when they go and meet, some people just write names and say, you are this, you are that, you are that. And then they move on.
Look.
So that in itself is a problem.
Yeah, so let me just conclude what I was saying. So in order to curb that, right, I mean, the idea is to move towards a more pluralistic system, a more representative, a more inclusive rather than exclusive system. That is true. And I would have wished that whatever problems or challenges that the NDC faced, instead of totally abolishing it, well, I'm not saying I would have wished, but one of the things that could have happened was to see whether they could address that rather than abolishing it, those challenges. You get what I mean? But anyway, going back to the specifics of what you were saying, the biggest, disadvantage of that system is that in the US itself, there are complaints that people are pushed out of the race way too early. And it does not allow other members in other regions, in our case, or in other states, to be able to air their views. Can you imagine that in a country made up of over 300 million people, over 50 states, which is like an amalgamation, some of them qualifying to be a country on its own, by the third primary or fourth primary, it's almost like people are falling out. We already know who's going to go. The thing has been winnowed out. What about the rest of the country? And there's diversity. There's ethnic diversity. There is racial diversity. There's religious diversity.
Even more so in a context like ours.
Even more so in our context, which is even more the fissures, the ethnic, divisions or diversity is even bigger. And so
because, for example, if you start in a place like Ashanti region, you have a trouble. You're in trouble because it's a huge base of the party. If they say vote first, even deciding which region votes first,
another problem
will be a big problem.
Thank you.
Right?
Exactly. So all politics is local. The issues that happen in the Volta region may not necessarily be the same issues of concern for people in, in Bono region or in Upper East or Upper West. And so to winnow the process down too early and prevent the outcome of the election from being a representation of the entirety of the country also has its disadvantages. And so that's what I would say with that. But if we move towards getting as many people to participate in it as much as possible, in making sure, because it's very beautiful that you go on the ground. I remember the last primary that I covered. What it does is that it makes people more involved in our democracy. You see people going out there, parents, fathers, the city council, they go there to air their views. Because now, the way politics is, it's almost like there is a certain disconnect. It's like, it's their stuff. These are the politicians doing their things. The ordinary voter does not really get involved until probably it's getting to election time. They think that elections or politics does not reap certain dividends for the ordinary people, and that it is a place for some people to go out there and to go make money. So the attachment to the electoral process does not happen until much later during elections. And even that, some people say we want to stay behind. And so that's why when you look at the voter turnout, sometimes it is low. And so to make sure that the democracy is as involving, as participatory, and that people are not observers or just citizens, some of these processes, the primary processes and the local election, the constituency involvement, allow the democracy to be more, to be a more expansive one, and allow people to feel that the outcomes of democracy, even at the local level, when it comes to devolution and decentralization, are connected to the vote that they cast.
Okay.
And that is why an expansion of the voting system is always very good, because you have everybody really interested in the process, and that's beautiful. But we should also be careful not to, broadly transpose from other places here, because they do have their inherent disadvantages, which we may not even be able to contain.
And also, I was making the point, I'll come to you, Winston, just a brief point on that. I was making the point about campaign financing. You have the US that has very well settled, strongly enforced regime for campaign financing and disclosures. And you dare not violate that. We don't have that here. So when you extend the primary process from regional basis up until all 16 regions, if you may, that obviously would expand the length of time that you will have for campaign. There will be more money spent. And you made the point, rightly so, that those with the money bags will begin to spot who to put their money, who to go and sponsor, right? Because they're making it easier for them now to grab because they believe the person has the chance to win. That has significant challenges in the country, in an economy, in the jurisdiction where our campaign financing laws are pretty weak. Even those we have, we are not enforcing.
Evans, I'm going to use, there's a proverb in Akan, and this is not to discriminate against anybody. I'm just repeating the proverb for purposes of analysis. They say, you see, it means compare yourself to the best. So when it comes to our democracy, let's compare to the best.
But you also must understand the dynamics, the local dynamics
of course,
in the US. Quite
this is my disagreement with Prof. briefly is the fact that I agree that disadvantage that the US have talked about. But you see, in a Republican case, you see, for instance, some of the states, when you get all the votes, for instance, that's a problem. We can learn from it and say, no, the percentage that you get will go a long way into shaping it. So you would see that, oh boy, I'm not getting the numbers. So let me step down. So if you think that you can go the long haul, if you still think that based on what you're seeing, you're likely to make it, you can go. But I tell you that there are people who probably will look at it and say by the time it hits half, they know that, look, based on the number of delegates left, I just don't have it. So let me step aside. Then he will step aside. There are those who will be stubborn because we've seen Adanimo consistently showing up. We've seen, others would have also shown up all the time. I think that, I just say this, I spoke to Dr. Edward Mahama one day and I asked him, why do you always show up when your votes have been reducing? He says, he thinks that he shapes the discourse whenever he gets involved. And so he's happy that he talked about school feeding long ago. It found itself someday in the NPP's this thing. So he will just believe that he shows up to shape the discourse. Maybe others are doing the same. But if we do it that way, where in this case, all the percentage that you get would go a long way in deciding if by, say, the time it gets to half, you are 2%, and you're like, oh boy, I won't get there. You drop.
Okay. And I know you have something to say, yes?
Yes. What I want to say too is that, look, it is hard time we begin to work with data. I believe that in the past, we have not had a polling organization that does regular polling to let people who have aspirations to assess their potential performance. Now, once the polling numbers are coming, in fact, in the US, to even take part in the debate, they say that you must have an average of, let's say, X percentage of national support to qualify to be on the platform. So they aggregate the polling that has come through over the past 6 months and say, hey, you are 5%. You're not qualified to be on the platform to debate. So we need to encourage more established polling organizations to come and help and expand the polling sector and let people see that this is science. It's no longer a voodoo thing. and let them use data to decide whether it's worth putting money in or should I find an alliance with somebody and go with that person. I think we should be moving towards data and science rather than just going in with expectations, no guidance, And also realize that you spend 20 million Ghana cedis.
Final question on this, and I will go to the other key decisions. This primarily, the first time, and they give it, the first time this will be implemented will be in the 31st January primary, 2026. Which of the aspirants now, and then to you first, which of the aspirants now will benefit the most from this change?
I think it's the change.
Yeah, I mean the change, two changes.
No,
one is the expansion, and then two is the scrapping of the special delegate.
Okay, let me ask, will the expansion happen before the election of the presidential candidate?
Yeah, so the expanded delegates will vote.
Oh,
next year.
Goodness.
Some of them would vote.
Okay.
Some of them would vote. Yeah. Others would not vote.
Who are those who are not going to vote?
So when it comes to the polling station executive, because the tenure ends in March,
so they're still
in office. But when it comes to the former ones that have been added to it, they're already former.
Okay.
So they can vote. But the party is not going to organize another
polling station
elections. Because
but whatever it is, a larger delegates number will vote in the primary.
Yeah.
So back to the question.
Okay.
With that in mind, which of the aspirants stands to benefit the most?
About 90% to 95% of the decisions are made at the poll by the polling station executives. They are the ones who decide who become the flag bearer. There are about 210 or 215,000 people currently, of which about 95,000 are the polling station. So if the effect is not going to happen at that polling station level, it means the current system would favor Dr. Bawumia.
No, the current as in before the changes to the...
Yeah, before the changes.
No, but I'm asking the question about now they have changed it. So
but are you saying that they've changed it?
No.
But the actual increase in the number...
they'll increase.
Okay.
Because now they've added former
constituency
executives and all that. So the former MPs have been added to it.
See, those people really will not change the core sentiment of the grassroots. Remember, the very basic grassroots, they are the ones who are mostly disgruntled. Now, if you expand that particular one to allow them to vote, then Bawumia will be in trouble.
Say that again.
If you expand the polling station executives and allow them to vote in that January, Bawumia will be in trouble.
They are not voting.
So what you're saying in effect is, because the polling stations, the expanded list now, because they've actually expanded the number of polling station executives at all the levels.
Yes.
They've expanded it now.
Yes.
So it's going to increase. Because that is not going to be implemented until after, then Bawumia will have it easy. The expansion will favor him.
Yes.
The expansion will favor him.
Because
there'll be more former members of parliament who are now going to vote.
Which are function of government.
Candidates, former, will also be voting now. You see this structure now as a
that group normally favors the what do you call them?
The establishment.
Yes.
The establishment candidates.
Yes. The rebels are the ones at the very grassroots level.
Winston.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I know it's one of those questions that is pretty difficult to sort of quantify, but we can guess.
Yes, you can guess, and it depends. I put it this way: it depends. As we speak now, Musa Dankwa is here. This has just come up. So subsequently, he will go and do the polling and come back.
And now he will have to now include the expanded list in your population.
Yeah. Now,
No, you can do that. But, I mean, what we do is that if their expansion would not disproportionately reduce the size of the polling station executives, you can still rely on those guys, and get the results.
Yeah. Now, you would have to, first of all, so who are the former executives that are going to vote? As we speak, I do not have an idea who they are.
How far back?
I mean, some of them go way back.
I mean, but former is former.
Yeah.
Once you're alive and you're a former, you get to vote.
I'm saying, you don't know where they
as the identities and
So, if we knew them, we probably would look at them and say, okay, this person may likely do this, may likely do that. Then I would do my, it would be a qualitative thing that I would do here. I'll sit here and just look at it, and based on my understanding of them, he would go and do his, polling and come back to us. But whatever it is, look, anybody who leads a political party into an election is the man to beat in the next primary. I mean, that's settled. Okay, so it cannot be the case. And look, I tell you one thing. There's a school of thought. There's always that conversation about Kufuor in 1996 beating a Dubois. There are those who also argue that but for the disqualification of Kwame Pienim, would have been tough for Kufuor. There are those who believe that his disqualification played to Kufuor's advantage, resulting in the victory that Kufuor had. Well, that's a conversation that have been had before. But whatever the situation was also, post-1996 into 2000, how Kufuor conducted himself made sure that he came back again. So a lot of things will play. But I say that every person who leads a party into the next election is the man to beat. Yes, Dr. Bawumia is not an Akufo-Addo. I've said this before.
So you're saying, bottom line, because my question was direct.
Bawumia is still the man to beat.
No, but that's not my question. My question is, so now this current structure that they have approved that will elect the next primary, you're siding with this point, that it will still favor Bawumia.
I have told you that unless I know the people in there, you understand? As we speak, I don't know them.
Yeah, but then it doesn't address the question, right? Because the question is, so you're saying that, that is a given.
I've answered your question.
But the structure has changed.
So even if I said no, it would have still been an answer. So I've answered your question.
So who benefits more from this expanded delegates list?
Look, when it comes to the former members of parliament, based on what I know, I'd say Bawumia would benefit. I do not know about the former concerned executives and others. I cannot say. Okay, if the endorsement that the former MMDCs had gave is anything, you can say that's the point. But the other executives, former executives, I don't have the data on them, so I wouldn't be able to tell when it comes to that one.
Okay, you want to chip in? Would you think benefits more?
Well,
is this panelist?
I mean, I don't like making declarative statements, but and when it comes to politics, you never say never. And so for me, I think that if you're a political candidate, as much as possible, what you want to do is to make sure that the race towards you getting the position of leadership of your party, you are accepted widely within the party. Yes, you may not win every vote, but if you want the campaign to be people to sign on to the campaign, there should be that feeling that it was an election, or the outcome of the election was a very fair process. That the outcome of the election, people were not were not unfairly taken out of the process, and that everybody who has the chance to vote in the election had the opportunity to do so. If that is what these new changes present, then I do think that it is the responsibility of the various candidates to go out there and make sure that they are appealing to whatever constituents that they have. If you restrict yourself and concern yourself with the party process and kind of go through a process where it's like okay, these people, this new system benefits this person and does not benefit that person. You see, what happens at the end of the day is that you come out of the primary and there are still people who feel disgruntled. There are still people who feel that the process was not expansive enough. And one of the things that, again, we go out there on the ground and do research, one of the narratives that I'm beginning to hear is that the party, or actually in the immediate aftermath of the 2024 elections, one of the things that we found when we did the post-election analysis was that there was a certain feeling that people felt that the process of selection was very limited. So all that I would say is that if the party wants to make sure that everybody signs on to this after the convention, after each election, then nobody should feel, the wide swath of the party shouldn't feel alienated.
Yeah, I mean, so far the reactions we've got,
do you get it?
Supposes that almost all the aspirants believe that this helps them. If you look at the polling station executives, they have now adopted a resolution and they write into their constitution to increase the number from 5 to 7. And all of them will be elected. from the chairperson, secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communications officer, electoral affairs officer, all of them will be elected. So from 5 to 7. So that increases the number. Musa Danko's point is that if this was to take effect in the January primary, then Baumel would have taken a bit of a hit there. But I mean, as it stands now, the additional 2 will have to be elected. But because they are doing the top down, they will have to, the status quo will still, apply. That was the biggest chunk of increase you find in this latest move by the party to amend this.
Yeah, normatively speaking,
delegates list.
That would be the expectation. But let me just sound a word of caution that this party, the party is no more Nana Akufo-Addo's party. It is no more Kufuor's party. The party is in the process of finding a new identity. New factions, new cleavages are being formed. And so it is not a given that people who were former appointees or former officials would necessarily cling towards that. In fact, we are beginning to see some who are actually quote-unquote rebelling or changing alliances and all of that. And so whilst the normative expectation is that, yes, the establishment vote will go there, it is not a complete given. And so I would say that each candidate should go out there and work very hard and make sure that they don't get any surprises, because once a few elites or a few opinion leaders begin to shift, it makes people feel free to also, feel that, well, I don't know any allegiance here or there, and then figures are changed. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. And I think some of the polling has shown it, that there's, to some extent, there is a certain freeing of certain former officials as well. So I think that the candidates should be cognizant of that. But what I would, commend the party for doing is that I do think that the early election of the candidate, although it was not an outcome of today, is a very big conversation. I do think that would allow the party to coalesce back together. It will allow them the bickering, the antagonism, the divisions that are likely to perpetuate if this goes on for a long time. They are likely to end that or, prevent themselves from digging into a deeper hole. And so the earlier they have that and close ranks and come together to do what political parties are supposed to do, which is not just having internal fight, but also being a very plausible alternative to the existing government in terms of policies, in terms of holding them accountable, in terms of making sure that they are preferring alternative policies for the nation. That business, they will get on to it very quick and fast. You can only throw a pity party for as long. The wailing and the crying, it is enough of it. I think they have to move on. The election is over. They have to come together, move on, and see how best they can close ranks and be a very plausible and credible opposition.
And Wing Sing, to another major decision tonight, which is around the national chairperson. The national chairperson now, after today's resolution, which was adopted, shall be the leader of the party at all times. At all times, whether they are in a position or they're in government. But instructively, he shall also chair the campaign committee, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
In the past, I believe the presidential candidate sort of appoints who the committee chair is.
Yeah.
But they've now adopted a resolution that imposes whoever the chairperson is as the chair of the campaign committee for the party and for the candidate. What do you make of that?
I think it's the way to go. Now, the bit about the national chairman, and earlier we're having the conversation about, the NPP seem to have, been lost in this whole president leader, flag bearer leader, because, since its formation, the national chairman has been the leader. There were attempts in the past to have the president be the leader. Dan Botry makes the point that he fought, when that idea was mooted during the Kufuor administration. Even under President Akufo-Addo, people still suggested that. And I remember having a conversation with Dan Botry, and he said, the first thing he did was to call Akufo-Addo and said, you will not let, you know what, I would not let this stand. Because you and I both fought it during the era of J.A. Kufuor. You wouldn't be leader of this party here. And Akufo-Addo said, I agree. And remember when we had that conversation, Akufo-Addo said, oh no, at the party's conference, he said, I am not in support of it. I don't want to be the leader of the party. So it's good that the parties clarified that, because in the last election, some of them kept referring to Bawumia as the leader of the party when he wasn't the leader of the party, per the NPP's own way of doing things. Also, if you realize The NDC has a system where the party chairman is the chairman of the campaign. Check it.
Let me clarify. I just pulled up the exact wording of the clause that was adopted. It says that the national chairperson shall chair the party's campaign advisory committee. So this is the advisory committee, so not the campaign committee itself.
What actually happens is that within the NDC, you realize that Professor Joshua Labi was the chairman was the campaign manager for the presidential campaign. But Asidu Nketia was the chairman of the NDC's campaign. So the president can have his campaign manager. So the president has his campaign manager. But the chairman of the party's whole campaign is the party's chairman. So it's the advisory committee. And that's important because the chairman must play a major role. Now, this is what I see the NPP trying to do. And it's actually part of the reason they rejected the president's position on the steering committee. The NPP wants to make it very clear that even if we are in government, the party is different from the government. Look, Dan Butcher would say part of the problems he had was that his belief was that the party is different from the government. And at all times, the party is the one that engages in propaganda. And I go for the Ghanaian way of propaganda. The professor is here. The party is what engages in the Ghanaian version of propaganda and not persons who are in government. So I see the NPP trying to say, look, this is the party. The party brings you into office. And at all points in time, even though you are in office, you cannot cross into the party. And the party would still be the one to advise you on what to be done. Because it is the party that brings you into office.
Yeah, I mean, and also we've seen how absolute Akufo-Addo's control of both party and, if you like, his own government was. He had absolute control. And there are many people who say the party is where it is tonight, trying now to reset, recapture power because of the absolute power Akufo-Addo had, and that if you dissented, you are a goner. And it starts with 2015 all the way to 2016, where the chairman and the secretary were let go, and then we saw the subsequent manifestations of the various leadership that came into being. Do you think this addresses a problem where you have, Dankwa to you now, when you have the national chairman, the leader at all times, if you have a very strong leader, again, emerge, like Akufo-Addo, who wants absolute power, Akufo-Addo is one of those leaders who want absolute power, don't you see the potential conflict there, where he is the president, and yet he's not a leader of the party, and that the chairperson is?
I think this is to address the problem where you have one leader taking absolute power and control over both the country and the party. And if you're not lucky to have somebody who is reasonable, then you're going to be in big trouble. And I think those changes that they made today probably was after reflecting what has happened in the past 8 years. And they felt we need to cure this before we have somebody who is as powerful as Nana-Addo's character. And I think this is looking forward into the future to address that. And it's always good to have a party chairman leading the party, and then the president also leading the country.
But you must have a very strong national chairman.
Look, yes,
the NPP is not blessed with that now.
No.
I mean, by the end of opposition.
So by clarifying this, it means that any person they want to put in as a chairman must have the gravitas, the backbone to deal with any person in the future. So they'll be mindful who they elect as a chairman.
Yeah.
Evans, before he comes in, quick clarification. So the NDC is actually the general secretary, who's the chairman of the campaign, as the CEO of the party, is the general secretary and not the national chairman. Let me just make a clarification.
So that is one of the very fundamental changes the NPP had done tonight at this National Delegates Conference that just ended a short while ago. And if you're just joining us, it will obviously have ramifications for the party going further. And Musa Dankwa makes the point. It means that you cannot have a weak national chairman.
No.
Especially when the party is in government. You have the president who would obviously, and those close Akufo-Addo will tell you that he wanted to have a say in who becomes the party's general secretary, national chairman. He wanted to have a say. And we all know that when you're in power and in government, the presidents want to influence that process. They want to influence the outcome of the national elections. and then you have a chairman who then is a leader, and then you have a president who then disagree, that chairman must be very, very strong.
Yes.
And that obviously raises questions about the current chairman that they have, who obviously on health grounds was not seen today. But you have a comment on that before I move to the other big decisions?
Yes, what I was going to say was that, you see, it's very important how they manage that relationship. Because if you look historically, whenever there has been a fissure or a contestation between the national chairman and the presidency or the campaign, it hasn't augured well for the party. You know, back to Alajete, Kufuor's era and all of that. So I think this has to be managed very, very carefully. I understand if they say he's the chairman of the advisory committee, that's okay. But if you want to extend it to the campaign, that would have been a bit weird. But now you've...
Yeah, I mean, but as but still, there's a potential conflict there. This is an advisory campaign committee that he chairs, right? So they must advise, and as an advice, so whoever the presidential candidate is can decide to rubbish it.
Yes,
that has the potential still to sow division.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that this is a relationship that really needs to be managed carefully. Yeah. Because anytime you look at a political party that is successful, there is a certain agreement, or at least there is no, rivalry between the party and then the government or the presidency or the campaign. So the national chairman needs to be a strong person. He needs to be somebody of wisdom, of experience, who is well-mannered, well-tempered, but then able to crack the whip and hold himself up, to put the party together. But at the same time, there should be a good relationship with, if you're in government, with the presidency, and if you're out of government, with the campaign as well. Yep. And that is why it is important that even presidential candidates also make sure that they are a part of the party executive process, so that whoever becomes chairman does not cause problems for them. Because if you look at the Republican National Convention, the Democratic National Convention sometimes runs previews would fight with Donald Trump. They say, no, the president is doing this. This is not what the Republican...
And it's interesting, and Luis, I'll bring you in. I know you have your own comment, but this is also interesting for the NPP on the back of the decisions they've made tonight. In January, when they elect their flag bearer, that flag bearer will now somehow superintend over the process of the election of the national executives, including general secretary and national chairman. And because for the first time, they've reversed the process, he will obviously have his favorites in whoever emerges as the likely contenders by the general secretary and chairman. And knowing this clause, he would want somebody there that he can work with. Doesn't that also then lay the foundations for accusations that whoever the flag bearer is at the end of January then is seeking to control the process towards election of it, and that in itself can generate further division towards 2028.
It always will, and you know that the likes of Osechim and Sabonsu has always been an advocate of, get a flag bearer, get him to get his, people that he can work with. But those who are against that have said, no, a flag bearer should be able to work with everybody. But of course, if you're a flag bearer also, with this current provision, you would want to influence, the elections. And you made the point about Akufo-Addo, and I have said, look, you may not like his governance, you can't take away his politics. I think that he's actually he's the best politician we've seen in the Fourth Republic. He held the NPP for 16 years, one man.
Yeah.
And you can't take that away from him. So the NPP may have learned their lessons. But the truth is, look, talking about strong chairman. In 1992, B.J. Darocha was the chairman of the NPP.
Very strong.
If you're a Dubai, B.J. Darocha. In 1995, Peter Alajete. 1998, Samuel Odoe Sykes. In 2001, Haruna Eseku, who was minister under Buzia when Kufuor was deputy minister. So the four names that I've mentioned, these were people that, even if you're a president and you would know that, Charlie, these are people with control. And these are people who understood what they were about. So they knew that, okay, I am the leader of the party and I take this decision. I think that the NPP needs a strong chairman. We've made that point, so I'm not going to go into it again. But whatever the situation is, if you are whoever wins the NPP's primary in January, you want to influence who wins the general secretary, the national chairman. It's as simple as that.
Another key decision that was made today, and for many, we say, man, this is no-brainer. They should have done it earlier. They've now written into our constitution, Musa Dankwa, that if you are a minister or hold any position in government and you want to run for president, you must now resign. It's mandatory, at least 24 months before the elections. Smart move.
I think so. It will enable the government to stay focused. People will not be distracted by running their own campaign and also trying to run their ministries. But it will come with some disadvantage because once you are in government, you are a minister, there are certain things that you are able to access, and that helps you in running your campaign. But I mean, we can't let them do private jobs alongside the ministerial position. So you must make a decision. And that decision, you probably have to think about it. If you don't have a chance, you probably will not sacrifice your ministerial position for that. So, and this is where data will help you. I mean, you don't go anywhere you know that it's not going to work. You don't lose your job and then go and get 3%.
Yeah. I mean, they've taken the decision from their hands now. If you're an individual, you are aspiring. And this is not just for ministers. Across the board, if you're holding any government position, you 24 months, at least you must resign. If you cross into 24 months, then you're locked in. Forget about your ambition, because then you're going to serve to the end. That is definitely a smart move, isn't it? I mean, why hasn't anybody done it before now? You're thinking?
It's a no-brainer. You know, I remember, sitting back and looking at it and saying, it is practically and humanly impossible to hold a major government position or any government position and then be running for president at the same time. Running for president, you know, if you work in campaign politics literature, is a full-time job. You cannot hold a national position, try to run the country, and even the fissure or the contestation between at what point are you using state resources and at what point are you using
line becomes very blurred.
That line becomes very, very blurred. And then the nation suffers. You know, there's a trade ministry, there's an agricultural ministry, we have a country to govern, we have a nation to work out, and then you are running for president at the same time. I think this is a no-brainer, and I was like, yes, of course, why not? I mean, that's just common sense.
Yeah, I mean, let me add to that because we're out of time. There's another provision that has not also been adopted, which also says that they now made it, they've prohibited the situation where an individual can hold a government position and a party position at the same time. So, you know, Samuel Oku's scenario, for example, played out where he was he was appointed the boss of NLA, but also held some position. It's happened across both parties, really.
Yeah.
NPP have written it into their constitution tonight that you can't do that. If you're holding a party position and you're appointed into government, you have to immediately resign your position in the party and go and focus on managing the affairs of your office in government. Smart move too.
It's smart. I mean, what has happened in the past is that many of these persons do not contest again, but they do not resign. And so you realize that the moment they are appointed, their deputies take center stage and then eventually would seek election, or another person would seek election. I mean, so I remember when Major Courage Kwashigan was appointed as health minister in 2001. He was then national organizer of the NPP. He didn't contest again. You've talked about, when Otikwa Afisa-Jaba was appointed as a women, gender, children and social protection minister, she didn't show up again. But she didn't resign from her position. And so I think that it's a smart way of going about it. The bit about the ministers, I just make this point, is also very smart. Okay, because part of the problem that political parties have faced is ministers wanting to be presidential candidates. And what they do is that a lot of the corruption stems from that, because they're looking for money. And once they're looking for money, they start by, some may start by forcing the agencies under them to actually finance their campaign. Yeah. And that's a problem. Yeah. So if you think you want to be president, and you know, the NPP has actually signed on, actually adopted an amendment that says that when they're in government, they have at least 18 months. So no matter how you look at it, so if that
they must elect their
the flag bearer 18 months before the main election. So let's do the calculation. So 18 months means that by now, if you were a minister, you should have resigned.
Yep.
Why accept it? You dare not accept it. So if, say, the NPP was in power, what you would expect is that by June, of the 3 years before the elections, in June, you should be resigning. It's better you don't even accept the position. So what the party is saying is that if you know you have presidential ambitions, okay, the moment you plan that you want to contest, you don't even accept ministerial appointments. You don't accept any appointment within government. Go and concentrate on your elections. And I think it's a very smart move.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, the final one, their decision now to make the communications director position an elected one. The NPP, the NDC sort of taking the lead in that already with the election of Sami Jamefi, at the time National Communications Officer. Again, what do you make of that? Let me ask the communications
professor.
Yes, let me ask the communications professor. So now it's going to be elected position. They've always appointed that slot. Remember they used to have this conflict. The time when you had the former deputy National Petroleum Authority boss, who was a communications director for the NPP, there was some friction. There was some friction between himself and all that, but they've now made that position. The deputy position will still be appointed, but the communications director's job is going to be elected.
Yes, this is one of those that I potentially may disagree with, because I think that communication is a very specialized area. I think it's a very professional area where you need a certain level of expertise to communicate, especially when it comes to political communication. The fact that you can shout, the fact that you can insult, the fact that you can raise your voice and do whatever, be boisterous, is not equivalent to good communication. And so I've always tilted towards looking for people of expertise, people who are grounded in political communication, people who have that wherewithal to do that, because this is a very scientific field. And the way that you communicate has, it is inextricably connected to the fortunes of your party. If it so happens that the person who is elected is great at that professional communication, that's okay. And it could happen that way, but it could also happen that it could be a reflection of a certain basic understanding of what politics is, and those the political fist fights and all of that, and that the person might end up rather being a disadvantage or might actually undercut the fortunes of their political party.
Because the person must also now design and implement communication strategy for the party.
Yes, absolutely. And that's scientific, right? So you might actually end up, so much so that there are some times that you find some communicate, when they open their mouth, they rather reduce the votes of their party, and all that. So I don't know about this, but I don't know. The only thing I can think about is that maybe they want somebody who reflects their language, who speaks their values, who talks for them and all of that, but that is not all that there is to professional political.
I agree with him, and I think it's because they've taken the science out of the communication. They think it's the usual traditional communicating way and be able to arouse the crowd and speak. But look, communication person must be an expert who understands data, who will use the data to kind of strategize how to get to certain messages. It's not about who is popular. No, because when you go through election, you can't deliver somebody who is popular, famous. But that person could be bankrupt in ideas when it comes to communication strategy. And that, I think, could backfire.
It's worked for the NDC. Why not for the NPP?
No, it may be by chance. It may be by chance.
You look, Musa, Prof.
Yes, sir.
In the NPP, check their communication directors. One of the best, Nana Komian.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, we all agree to that.
We all know Nana Komian exactly. He is a very good communicator. He understands the field. He would design strategies that would work. But you see, in our politics, the role of the communications director, most of the time, is not one who's designing policies to actually champion a lot of things. If you check the NPP's appointments of communication directors, they've actually, right from the constituency to, they look at the person who goes on radio the most.
Yeah, but it should not be the case.
I'm coming. It should not be the case. But sometimes, because that has been the case, how about you now allow the people to decide, this is the person I want. So that person now would go and tell the people why he thinks or she thinks he or she should make communications director. He should go and tell them, this is what I intend to do. There's also another thing. You see, people have actually, and I'll say this, people have actually acted in a certain way because there's some level of accountability. In the past, the director of communications actually thinks you're appointed. So he reports to whoever appointed him and he thinks that's the end of it. the parties realize that now that they've gone into a position, some of the things they should begin to do is actually get people to be accountable to the very people who elected them. So now, and we've seen it, I'll end on this note. Look, the NDC communications wing is always grateful to Sami Jemfi because a lot of them have gotten certain positions within government. The NPP, and Evans, I passed by the Legon University of Ghana Stadium. Everywhere you pass, you hear, sadly, you hear, oh, when they were in government, that's what the people were saying. The lessons they have learned is that allow the people to make the choices. Let them make the choices. Once they make the choices, they feel that, okay, we have put these people there, and so they are going to serve our interests. The party is beginning to learn a thing or two. Now that they are in opposition, so be it.
Winston, thank you very much. You've also been listening to Musa Dankwa. He is the head of the Global Info Analytics, and Professor H.S. Kanku. You know him, regular on the show, Associate Professor, University of Media Arts and Communication. He's also the acting dean of the Faculty of Journalism and Media Studies. My name is Evans Mensah. This has been your election headquarters.